Commission is ready. Masukumeni.
The Commission resumes. You're still under oath, National Commissioner.
Yakhunjuzwa uGeneral ukuba usephansi kwesifungo.
Bezos, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we handed in an article by Mr. Nicholas Haysom yesterday, F, and I think it's going to be F 19, but subject to the confirmation by our learned friend. Is it 19?
That's correct, Chair. It's F 19.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner, I want to refer you to an article by Mr. Nicholas Haysom, a lawyer, called License to Kill Part 1, the South African Police and the Use of Deadly Force. Have you got a copy in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Uyiphethe uGeneral ho copy
I want to
athetha
read
ngayo.
the first paragraph, which is headed The Problem. In the execution of their duties, South African police use firearms and inflict deadly force too readily and in unacceptable circumstances.
Uthi ibhalwe apha kwisahluko sokuqala ingxaki ezikhoyo kuba amapolisa omzantsi asebenzisa imbumbulo ezinokubulala kungekho sizathu sidingo sokuba kwenze njalo.
The use of firearms, including shotguns on crowds and gatherings in unrest areas, has become a disturbing feature of police crowd control and township policing.
Uthetha ngolo hlobo ukuba kusetshenziswa kwemibhulu ebizwa i-shotgun kwizixholo ezibakhona phaya ekuhlaleni kubantu kuye kube nengxaki.
The use of firearms in these situations has led to the violation of the most precious of all the human rights.
Setshenziswa kwemibhulu ngolu hlobo ke kuye kuphazamisane nemagunya abaleke gqitha.
The right to life.
Igunya lokuba umuntu aphile.
The practice of equipping policemen on township patrols with SSG shot and combat rifles serves as an effective illustration.
Ukusetshenziswa kwale mbe ebizwa nge-SSG guns nezinye phaya ekuhlaleni sisibonelo esithetha ngaso.
Have you any comment to make in relation to the present situation of the South African police? Is it still the problem that Mr. Haysom addresses?
Uthi lento athetha ngayo apha uMr. Haysom into esesenzeka nangoku kukho into ongathanda ukusivezela yona apho?
I think I'd like to first ask a question. What's the age of this document?
No, I'll give you that.
Ubuza ukuba yanini le
I'll give you
ncwadi.
that.
It's written after the Kaname Commission report was handed down.
Which year?
It's 1987. It's 1987.
Ka 1987 emva kokuba
Period before democracy
uphando
arrived
lukaKhaneme.
in 94,
90.
and describes the situation as it was some years before that.
Okay.
Particularly, as I said, in relation to the Kaname Commission report, which related to an incident near Uitenhage where a number of people were killed by the police.
Le commission kaKhaneme yayiphanda izehlakalo zaphaya eThina.
Sorry. Commissioner, you have a right to ask the question that you did, but do you believe that this problem may have been a problem then, but it is not a problem now? Is that why you asked the question?
Yes, it was important for me to understand the age because I think
No, you're quite right to want to deal with the age.
ewe uthi unegunya lokuba
But
ukuzwa
the
ukuba yenzeka
principle that is enunciated by Mr. Haysom, is that a principle which you, the present head of the police, accepts that it is still a problem?
njengentloko ke yesipolisa wena uyavuma okokuba iseyiyona ingxaki esinayo.
no, I don't, because the situation, the circumstances that prevail now are different.
Andivumelani nawe pha ngoba imeko esikuyo ngoku yohlukile kunaya ngalawo maxesha.
You say that the problem that he is dealing with did not exist during the last year.
Kulo nyaka ugqithileyo uthi bingasekho le ngxaki.
I would look at it differently during the last year.
Ndiza kuyijonga ngendlela eyohlukile ke.
Sorry, I didn't hear your complete answer. Please speak up.
I would look at it differently during the last year.
Andithekelela nonyawo ogqithileyo ndiyijonga ngendlela eyohlukile kunaleyo yangalawo maxesha.
You say that the problem that he poses did not exist in 2012.
Thetha ukuba le ngxaki athetha ngayo ibingasekho ngo-2012.
I have said I'll look at it differently because it is different circumstances, Advocate.
Ndithi ndiyijonga ngendlela
Does
eyohlukile
the
ngoba
problem
yenzeke phantsi
exist or
kweemeko
not?
ezohlukile.
In my opinion, it does not.
It does not exist.
Yes.
Very well.
Ayisekho.
I now want to turn to page 4.
Ndize kupage
The
4.
the first paragraph on that page, the use of R1 and R4 rifle.
Apha ke
See the paragraph?
Isahluko sokuqala kuthethwa ngokusetshenziswa kwe-R1 ne-R4.
Yes, I see that.
Ndiyayibona?
I'll read it. The use of R1 or R4 rifles in crowd control or indeed any law enforcement duties is equally disturbing. These rifles are weapons of war. They discharge high velocity, unstable bullet which tends to tumble upon striking the target and accordingly produces very severe injuries.
Uthetha kokuba kusetshenziswa kwale mpi R1 ne-R4 ekulawuleni izihlwele kuba ingxaki apha ekulawuleni kwembuso ngoba le mipu isebenzisa imbumbulu ezinobungozi gqitha xa zibetha kulowo ezijongiswe kuye.
A shot in the leg or arm of an adult victim may well result in death.
Bethwa kompu onjengalowo noma kulapha engalweni kanye nemlenzeni womuntu osokhululeyo kungenzeka okokuba bangele okokuba asweleke.
Usually through the loss of blood.
Sweleka ngoba elahlekelwa ligazi elininzi gqitha.
And the damage to the bone
Nokwenzakala
muscle and arteries of the victim is severe.
Imisipha nezinye into zomzimba wakhe ziba ngendlela egqithisileyo.
An independent forensic consultant, Dr. D. Klatzer, who tested the effect of R4 bullet on a pig's head, concluded that it could never be justified in crowd control.
Owayibona izidumbuke uDr. Klaso wagqibela ngokokuba bekungekho mfanelo yokuba isebenziswe
I
impela.
want to skip the middle portion with question and answer of Professor Bunge. This revealing evidence of the effect of R4 rifles on adult victims must indicate that their use amounts to intentional killing.
Uthi ke olandelayo apho uDr. Bunge kusetshenziswa kwempu enjengaleyo kubonisa injongo yokubulala.
Never mind the date.
Asiyeke ke idate yalento.
In August last year, were R1s and R4s used by the police on the crowd?
Ngokulonyaka ugqithileyo ke le mipu R1 ne R4 zasetshenziswa ekulawuleni ababantu.
I have indicated yesterday that the equipment, nature of equipment that was used, will be answered by my commanders.
Iphendulile izolo kuba inhlobonhlobo zezixhobo ezasetshenziswa apho zizokwazi ukuphendulwa ziikhomanda ezezame ezazikhoyo apho.
We are entitled and choose to ask you whether such arms were used last year. You, as the head of the police,
Wena ke njengomphathi oyinhloko yamapolisa sinegunya lokuba
don't tell me what I must ask your commanders. I will know what to do if and when they come. I am asking you,
ndibuza wena
do you agree that R1s and R4s were used last year,
uyayivuma na into yokuba yasetshenziswa le
which had deadly effect on the people that they were shot at? What do you say? What do you say? I'm not interested at this stage what your commanders may say.
Because you don't have to give the witness a lecture. You asked her a question. Let's get her answer. If she doesn't answer directly, I will take it up with her.
Thank you, Mr.
But there's
Chairman.
no reason to think she won't give you a direct answer to that question. So give her a chance to do it. Don't give her a lecture as well. That's not necessary.
Yes.
umgcini sihlalo uxelela umhlekazi uBizos kuba angayeka ukudlakaza ingqina alinike ithuba lokuba liphendule kule mbuzo ayibuzayo.
I've given you my answer, and I'm not able to answer the question if that answer is insufficient.
Ndikunikile impendulo xa ingenelanga ke akukho enye endingakwazi ukuthi ndiyongeze ngayo.
Remind me, give me the answer again. Give me the answer again.
My answer was that type of question will be better answered by those who commissioned the firearms, who knew what was used, who have the expertise to do so. I'm not able to answer you on that one. And I am saying, if that is not acceptable, Judge, then I'm not able to answer the question.
Commissioner, I think you'll forgive me if I say it's not as easy as that. The fact is you are the head of the police service.
Yes, I am.
The use of those particular weapons is to some extent a policy matter. It's the policy of the police service to equip some of its members with those weapons for use in certain circumstances. So that's where the question comes from. Now the question was simply a factual one, as I understand it. Were such weapons used by the police during 2012? And the answer to that, I take it, has got to be yes, because we know that. So isn't that so?
I do not know, Judge.
Well, we know from we know from Marikana that from all the facts about Marikana, Exhibit L, the briefing that you would have got, the information we have, is that certain of the members of the service who were on the scene and fired R1s, R4s, and R5s. So that's the fact that we know. If you don't know that, then if you don't know that, you must tell us. But I think you'll forgive me by saying that you certainly know, at least by hearsay, even if you haven't physically seen people using R1s and R4s and R5s. You do know that on that basis, don't you? R4s have been used.
Gcina isihlalo kokuba noma ubungekho apha kwingxelo eziye zavela emva koko uye wabona ukuva na unelungelo lokuba ayibuze kuwe loo nto kokuba ewe zasetshenziswa noma ungayibonanga loo nto kwingxelo ezavela emva koko.
That, Judge, I would agree with, but the question that is being asked to me is whether those things were used. If I read that sentence, indicate that their use amounts to intentional killing. I think that was where I am saying I cannot judge whether it was intentional or whatever, but on the records, what I've seen, what you've seen, those type of arms may have been used.
Well, some may have been used.
Were used.
They were used. And we also know that the use of those weapons did lead to the death of some of the protesters.
Correct.
Into esiyaziyo kokuba kusetshenziswa kwaleyo mipu eyasetshenziswa apho yaba nayo imiphumela yokuba kusweleke abantu.
Chair, for what it is worth, it is one R1 that was used and R5s, not the R4s. For what it is worth.
Thank you. No, it has some
Umhlekazi
value. Thank you for the correction.
kwaba zi-R1s ne-R5s
We
ezisetshenziswa
will show
i-R4
that it's a
zana.
range of this.
Right to point out, I must confess, I was under the impression that there were R4s
Yes.
used as well.
Well-
I'm informed now that I was under a misconception, and I'm pleased to be corrected. So, but anyway, let's not waste further time on this. Please move
Ayivuyela
on.
incazelo kaMhlekazi Sminya.
Now, when did you learn that the sort of arms that were used were deadly arms? When did you learn that?
The sort or the short of arms. The sort of arms. Uthi uve nini kokokuba olu hlobo lwempi eyasetshenziswa yaba nokuthi kubekho abantu abaswelekayo.
Before I even joined the police.
Before?
I even joined the police.
Before you joined the police?
Yes.
You knew
Ndayazi loo
that?
nto phambi kokuba ndingene emapoliseni.
Did you know on the 17th when you made the statement praising the police and the 20th of August when you again praised the police that such arms were used by the police against the crowd?
Nge-17 xa upraiser amapolisa nange-20 uthetha kakuhle ngawo ubusazi okokuba isetshenzisiwe impi enjengale.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now that you know that they were used in August, and we will show that a number of the people that were killed by such arms, would you have praised them if you knew that?
Njengoba usazi ngokokuba yasetshenziswa lempu sinalo kulwazi sizawuveza okokuba baninzi baba bantu abasweleka
These are
babulawa ngempi
dependent upon the circumstances in which
uzawuthetha
those
amazwi
weapons were
anjengalawo.
used, and whether they were really used for purposes of self or private defense, or for some other purpose.
Yes.
So I think the question in a generalized form, without some kind of a qualification, isn't helpful.
Uthi makawucacise lo mbuzo okokuba uza uthethe okokuba basebenzisa ngenjongo yokubulala noma mhlawumbe ukuzikhusela noma ezinye izizathu na makawucacise lo mbuzo.
If you knew that such weapons were used, did you consider them appropriate weapons to be used against the crowd?
Xa ubonolwazi okokuba isetshenziswe lempu ubuzawuthi bekufanele bekunemfanele ukuba isetshenziswe impi enjengaleyo kwesi sihlwele.
It absolutely depends on the circumstances under which those weapons were used.
Uzawuya ngokuba
Let me-
ibeyimeko enjani apho kusetshenziswe khona.
Let me
le
go a bit forward, because during the course of this morning, we will give you the details of where the wounds were and what the nature of the wounds were. I want you
Zakuchazela.
to assume, for the purposes of my next question, that the majority of the people that were killed were shot in the back or on the side,
Uthi
and-
ubuninzi babantu abasweleka
and they were deadly shots.
badutshulwa ngempu ebulalayo badutshulwe ubuninzi ngasemva nangapha
Please
emacaleni.
assume that I have correctly summarized what is on the medical reports before the Commission and in your Council's possession. Please accept that as a fact for the purposes of the question.
Yamkela kokuba inyaniso le njengoba ikhona lingxelo kummeli wakho na phambi kwekomishoni sibekiwe.
I
Can't possibly believe
you-
that bullets
answer.
can turn around, can you?
I don't know. You've asked me a question. Do you want me to answer?
Ubuze umbuzo ndiphendule lo mbuzo kuqala.
Please make an assumption of what I am telling you before I put the question. Are you prepared, for the purposes of this questions I'm about to ask you, to accept that the majority of the people that were killed were shot in the back by hard ammunition? Are you prepared to accept that?
Uyayamkela lento esendibeka ukuba ubuninzi baba bantu abasweleka
For the purposes of the question.
adutshulwa ngasemva
It will
abanye
follow.
badutshulwa eqaleni.
I'm not able to accept it. I haven't seen it. I haven't been briefed. It is unfair.
You're not prepared to accept the assumption that the people were shot in the back
I haven't seen
and
it.
they were shot by hard ammunition. Why are you not prepared to accept that that hypothesis for the purposes of your evidence?
bakubungqina bakwenza into ongafuni ukuyamkela lento endixela ngoba abantu badutshulwa ngasemhlanje badutshulwa ngasemacaleni ngemipu ebulalayo.
I am just
in
saying that
fairness-
because I haven't seen it, I haven't been briefed, I don't know about that report. So it's unfair for me really to say I accept.
Andizange ndixele
Bezos, are you relying on this medical legal report for putting that question?
Yes.
Because if you look at the table that's been drawn up, there's 6 or 7 out of 34 that were shot from the back.
How many?
6 or 7 that I've counted out of 34.
If you look at Annex C, perhaps if you can refer to it, we better give
I'll come to those
we
details.
better give them exhibit numbers.
I haven't seen it. No, can't.
What's the next exhibit number?
20.
What are they saying?
Triple F20, is it?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, if you look at that, the medico-legal report, Marikana mine death, it has an annexure, a number of annexes at the end, actually. And one of the annexes is annexes, I'm not sure if it's annex or annexure, but whichever it is.
Yes.
It's annexure C, table of autopsy findings summarized. And then there are lists of deceased persons on whom autopsies were performed. And in the column headed 4, that's a Roman 4, there is what's described as reconciled main cause of death and main injury. And if one works through that document, you'll see that there are in all as to be expected, 34 autopsies done. And if one counts up those that are shots from the rear, in fact, with whom the main injury is from the rear, I don't think you get a majority. Then in Annexure D, there's a summary of selected aspects of autopsy findings. And if you look against the number 8 in that annexure, you see number shot from the rear of the body is 7.
Yes.
So according to this document, I don't want to stop you asking the question. You can't just ask, but I want to stop you asking the question on the basis that's the majority. You can say to the witness, according to this document, 7 out of 34, which is approximately 20%, were shot from the rear. That in itself is a significant number. You can ask a comment, but you can't put it on the basis of the majority, because that is not in accordance with your own document.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the clarification. It is my fault. I have added the back and the side, and I will amend the question that the majority were shot in the back or the side.
Uzawuphendula lo mbuzo manibeke kafuphi nje ukuba uchairman
Sorry
bethini
that
kuye.
I assumed that in using the word the back, I should have said, and I do now put, that the majority were shot either in the back or on the side.
Umgcini sihlalo ubechazela umhlekazi ubhizo sokokuba xa ujonga u-X annexure C ubona kakuhle.
Correct. Because Annexure D, again, in item 7, says number shot from one or both sides of the body is 21. That 21 over 34 is
70%.
is No. 21 over 34, in fact, is 3 over 5, which is about 60%. But that's the majority.
The majority.
Xa ubechazela uchairman okokuba xa sijonga le ncwadi kaGqirha i-Annexure C iyabonisa okokuba abantu abadujulwa ngasemva sebebonke amanxeba ababulala ba-7 abanye ke badujulwa emacaleni xa sekubalwa bonke njengoba abadujulwa emacaleni nangasemva bangaba ngu-60%.
Let me repeat the question as corrected by members of the Commission.
Mandibuze lo mbuzo ke ngale ndlela umba
If the evidence of the experts is that 60% or more of the victims that died were shot either in the back or on the side, if you accept that for the purposes of the question, do you agree that people who attack policemen don't finish up being shot dead unless they are face to face with a policeman?
Objection. It doesn't follow, Chair.
Do you prepared to accept that the evidence of the entry of the wounds of those who died was not in their faces or their chests or their legs or the front part of their body? Accept that, please.
ngafuphi nje ubuzo uba uyayamkela nokuba ubuninzi babantu abudujulwanga ngaphambili.
That's not the evidence, Chair.
Yeah.
So, yes, I think it might help if you turned your machine on, your microphone on, Mr. Semenya. Then what you say will be on record. Yes, please proceed.
That is not the evidence, Chair. That proposition can be put like my learned colleague is putting it.
Uthi le nto ebekwa ngumhlokazi uBizos ayikho kubungqina obukhoyo apha
We will do the medical stuff, the medical matters in detail.
Mr. Bezos, the position is you're perfectly entitled to put general questions on the lines you were putting them to the witness, asking her to make an assumption which is going to be backed up
Yes.
by the report. Mr. Semenya's complaint is the assumption you're asking her to make isn't going to be backed up by the only evidence you're going to put. So all the evidence has been led so far, but if it's a matter that, in respect to which you may have to go back to the drawing board, and you can deal with it later in the cross-examination, then that might be a sensible way to do it. But at the moment, the complaint is that what you're putting isn't in accord with your own medico-legal report, which is Exhibit FFF20.
Well,
Whether that's correct or not is something we can sort out later, but I suggest have a look at it, and unless it will interfere with the flow and the structure of your cross-examination. But if that's not a problem,
let's do it
deal with
after
later.
we have done the
other topics.
medical evidence.
The other topics that you want to do.
We have a lot to put before the Commission and the witness in relation that may make it easier. What I want to ask you is this.
beyiveza ngoku kayikaveli kubungqina apha mababuveze obobungqina uthi baza kuvezwa xa beveza incwadi zabo zeripoti zogqirha.
Yes. Yes. Is there a structure in the police force that studies the criticisms of police actions?
Kukho iqela elikhona apha emapoliseni istructure esithize esivamisa ukuba siphande siphonononge izinto ezithize ezivezwe ngamapolisa.
Not a particular structure, but it depends on what the criticism is, and it will be dealt by the respective environment.
Is there any structure in the police which takes regard to what the judges of the Constitutional Court or the Court of Appeal or the provincial divisions say about police conduct?
Structure esibekiwe apho esijongana sifunde izigqibo ezenziwa yi-Constitutional Court nezinye i-High Court apho kugxekwa khona amapolisa.
As I've said, the various environments that are affected by the comments would deal with the comment.
Xa kukho into enjengaleyo sijongana nayo ngelo xesha.
I'm sorry I didn't hear. Please speak up.
I have said the various environments that are affected by the comment will actively deal with the comment that has been raised.
Akukho into enjengaleyo evelile ke kuye kuthi ngelo xesha sijongane nayo siphonononge.
That's not very clear to me. Is there any particular body that actually looks at the judgments of the courts, the articles written by lawyers or academics? Is there such a body that says those who are entrusted to interpret the Constitution and the laws of the country say that this police practice is wrong? Is there such a body?
Umbuzo kokuba khona na icala elespecial elibekwele loo nto kokuba lijonge ezi zigqibo.
I think you must define the body more precisely. I understand the point you're making. There are various criticisms are made of the police by courts and writers of articles and presumably yes, it's the newspaper, all sorts of possible sources of complaints and criticism. I understand your question, Red. Is there a dedicated section, as it were, in the police whose job it is to keep an eye open for complaints and criticisms of various kinds, which can then be referred to the relevant section for the necessary action? Is that your question?
Yes.
I think it could be put a bit more clearly.
But anyway,
I take it the witness now understands what the question is, but you want me to repeat it?
Yeah. Judge, I am saying the number of those judgments are diverse. If a judgment is given on how we have handled, for instance, a procurement matter, when it comes to my office, I will ask the CFO, the head of administration, to look at that. And tomorrow, when an issue such as this one that you're raising comes, I'll look at it and it will go to ORS. The executive, they will have to deal with it. So there isn't any sitting structure. The only sitting structure would be legal alerting me to the issues, and I will direct them to the respective environments to deal with them. That's the answer I am giving you.
Pendulo kaGeneral ngolo hlobo kuba xa kuvela izinto ezinjengezo uye athethe nabantu abanjenge-CFR zakhe noma i-OR zakhe ziyijonge leyo nto.
Whether there was a special section in the police force, sorry, I beg your pardon, the police service, whose job it was to look out for complaints and criticisms.
An ombudsman.
And then, well, it wouldn't necessarily be an ombudsman. And then refer them, presumably, if necessary, to the National Commissioner herself, so that they can then be dealt with by the appropriate section. I thought that was the question you asked, but anyway, even if I'm wrong, perhaps that question.
No, that is the question.
Wona mbuzo lokuba kukhona namasebe ajongene nezinjengezo ekufanele ukuthi xa bezivela noma kumaphephandaba noma kwi-reports zasekhotho zizise ku-commissioner kokuba ijongwe iphonononge leyo nto iphandwe.
I'll again say it. We have a legal department.
Yes.
Sinalo ke isebe lezemithetho.
We have a legal department that would advise me on any matter related to legal.
Ngabo bantu ke abazisa kum intetho nezikhalo ezinjengezo.
But because I work with diverse environments, if it's a matter that has got to do with DNA issues that have been ruled by the court, I will take it to the forensic services to look into. If it is a matter such as this one, I'll take it to ORS. If it's a matter that relates to tenders and all those things, I'll take it to the CFO. So I don't have just a unit looking. It's not only this. I deal with diverse, multiple expertise environments in the police.
Kukho ke ingqali ezohlukahlukile phaya. Xa kuzinto ze-DNA, kuzinto zo-forensic ndizithumela apho zifanele okokuba ziyojongwa khona. Akho sebe nje lodwa elimele loo nto.
Have you yourself looked into the question when you assumed office of any criticisms of police conduct and in relation to their conduct and respect for human life? Did you study anything? Did you read any judgments? Did you ask to be advised what they ought to do and what they ought not to do?
ukho ekufikeni kwakho phaya uye wafunda noma wajonga noma mhlawumbe wacinga okokuba kukhona isebe elinjengelo elizawujongela ukungqasha kwamalungelo oluntu?
I'm being advised on many things, including that, Advocate.
Naloo nto ewe ndiye ndixelelwe ngayo ndaziswe ngayo xa ikhona.
Now, in paragraph 75 of the affidavit of Mr. Rover, he says, in my discussions with SAPS, we arrive at a conclusion that following Marikana, the reassessment of the employment of 5.56 caliber weapons in crowd management situation is urgent and must be effected without delay. Was that opinion of your expert, Mr. Rover, brought to your attention?
I will repeat the question that the answer that I gave yesterday. That this is expert input to the Commission by an expert, and the outcomes of this Commission. We are going to look at everything. At this point in time, it is his opinion, it is his expert position, and we would have a post-commission period as a SAPS to look at all the recommendations that would be coming across. At this point in time, no.
Impendulo bendinikeza nizolo ndizakuyiphinda futhi okokuba le
I'm
nto
sorry, just a housekeeping
ithethwa
point.
yingcali.
I think it's paragraph 89.
89,
I think you gave the wrong number.
It was brought to my attention and I was going to ask for a correction, Mr. Chair.
Besilahlile apha umhlekazi le nto athetha ngayo ku-89 uthi ugeneral sinabantu uthi apha ke yimibono yengcali ebonisa amava ayo phaya. Sizawuthi ke emva kokuba usekwenziwe isigqibo nezindulo ile commission sihlale phansi sijonge le nto sibone ukuba kwenzeka ntoni ngayo.
You have repeatedly said that the matter is before the Commission. Does that mean that the police force is not prepared to take heed to what has been happening before the Commission and taking urgent action? But is it just sitting back and saying, well, we will do nothing until the Commission is finished?
Uthi wena xa uphendula le nto isezandleni zekomishoni ngoku uthetha okokuba nina njengamapolisa nizihlalele nje kuyawuthi ekugqibeleni kwale komishini nibe nihlangane nenze ezo zinto izindululo ezivezwe yile commission?
I have not said so.
Anditshongo kanjalo.
Well, for instance, have you, as soon as this advice from Mr. Rover came to your notice, say the SAPS is immediately instructed to stop using 5.56 caliber weapons? Did you do that?
That's not what Mr. De Rover said. Mr. De Rover said there must be a reassessment. And what he said was the reassessment was urgent and should be effected without delay. The reassessment wouldn't necessarily lead to the conclusion that in all cases these caliber weapons of the 5.56 caliber weapons of this kind shouldn't be used. So I don't think the question is entirely accurate, but perhaps you can reformulate it and put it correct.
Reword it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Uyibeka ngohlobo uDerova ibeka ngalo umgcini sihlalo kokuba uthe uDerova apha mayijongisiswe le nto
Put the
yokusetshenziswa
question in this
kwezixhobo.
form. Do you agree that Mr. De Rover, that the use of these weapons in crowd control must be urgently reviewed?
Uyavumelana noDerova apha athi akufanelanga kuchithwe xesha kufanele kube nokuba kujongisiswe usetyenziso lwale hlobo lwembumbulu.
We shall reassess.
Beg your pardon?
We shall reassess.
You haven't done anything about it?
No.
Asikayenzi kangoku.
Do you consider it an urgent matter?
Uyibona njengento ekufanele iyenziwe ngoko nangoko.
I do say we shall reassess, and we'll reassess many recommendations that we are going to get, including this one.
Question was, do you consider it an urgent matter?
nezinye izindululo
Please don't
ezizawuvela
raise your
apha.
voice like that. It's not necessary.
It's because I'm hoping that she will speak up a little so that I can hear her, Mr. Chairman. And it,
I'm not sure that she's got the same problems with respect that you have.
that I have, but
and we,
I will
we
try.
have sympathy for this problem, and I'm sure she's doing her best to speak up. But if you raise your voice the way you do, it might be construed as having an intimidatory effect, which
I will
is not
discipline
desirable. I'm
myself.
sure you don't intend to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
uthetha uchairman okokuba masuphakamisa amazwi apha sihorise abanye abantu noma esitsho umhlekazi okokuba yena une
Mr. Operator, is it
ngxaki
possible
yokungeva
to
kakuhle.
amplify your equipment in such a way that the answers are given? If Mr. Bezos seems capable of raising his voice himself without artificial amplification, but if you can amplify the answers of the witness, it might help Mr. Bezos and also the rest of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
bathi uDJ phaya athi ukuvula isound kancinci ukuze umhlekazi uBizos angabi nale ngxaki anayo kwangoku.
Mr. Chairman, we have placed before you another document
Saveza phambi kwakho mhlekazi olunye uxwebhu ngoku.
It's flashing document.
that is so.
That would be triple F21, Ms. Pillay.
That's correct, Chief.
Thank you.
20. So 20.
21, George.
21.
21. 20 was the previous
Yes.
document.
I,
Legal deaths report is 20, triple F20, and this is
Yes.
triple F21, and this is a presentation of the Portfolio Committee on Police of the 26th of March, which was 2 days ago.
have you got a copy of it in front of you?
No, I don't have. You didn't give me.
Mr. Power tells me that he put a copy on your desk.
Oh, this is- okay.
If it
No, I don't
isn't,
have it.
It's here now, sir.
have you got it?
We've got it here.
She's got it, George.
She's got it.
Bezos, do you think it would be fair to give the witness an opportunity to read the document? Or perhaps she's aware of it already in view of the fact that it was a presentation
I
of the
will
Portfolio
deal
Committee.
with only, well, I just want to ask her whether she knows anything about the document. And she doesn't have to read the whole document, Mr. Chairman, with respect. I'm going to question her on only one aspect.
Maybe said that she doesn't have to read the whole document now, but I think she should possibly read the whole document fairly soon in the course of her professional duties, if she hasn't done so already.
Yes.
Uza kuyifunda ugeneral ngomsebenzi wakhe kodwa kwangoku uthiwa uyabuza umbuzo wodwa.
To her, but I don't want her to be ambushed, so I wanted to give an opportunity, to, if she needs it,
Well, let
to
us leave
study
it-
the
let us
passage.
leave it
No,
aside.
if there's a particular passage, perhaps the way to do it is this. If there's a particular passage you want to rely on, you
Yes.
might tell her now what that is, give her a
Yes.
chance during the tea adjournment to read it, and then question her about afterwards.
Yes. Well, I will tell you that I think you know about this document because you yourself, I think, went to Parliament, if my reports that I've read are correct. I'm correct that you were there the day after. Well, it doesn't matter whether you were there or not, but on page 3, you see the heading, does the SAPS have a problem with abuse of power? You please read that, and this is what I am going to ask you questions about.
Umbuzo wami uzawuba jongana nalonto kwikhasi lesithathu. Apho kuthiwa iSAPS inengxaki na ngokusetshenziswa
Come back.
kwamandla.
Okay.
I now turn to the final medical legal report and the report of the evaluation of clinical records of survivors, by Drs. Steve Naidu and Dr. Reggie Perumal.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Bezos. The second document to which you referred, the report on the evaluation of clinical records of survivors, has not got an exhibit number. It's obviously a separate document. The medical legal report on the deaths is FFF 20. So this one will have to be 22, I think.
Yes.
So the report on the evaluation of clinical records of survivors is exhibit FFF 22.
21 and 22. Thank you.
No. 21 is the warning lights one, which which we've already marked.
Yes.
So unless you want for convenience to make them 20 and 21 in sequence, but we've already marked the warning lights.
22, yes.
We should be capable of handling
Yes,
a 20 and a 22.
Yes.
Right.
I want to ask you.
And the same point applies, of course. I don't want anything in the nature of an ambush. If there's a passage that you want to refer to, and it's a fairly lengthy one, I think we must give the witness an opportunity to read it beforehand. But I don't know how you're going to use this document for cross-examination, but please bear that point in mind.
I will, Mr. Chairman.
Cela umhlekazo kokuba mayingenziwa lento kokuba uGeneral abuzwe njengento angayibonanga manikwe onke amaxwebhu ixesha lisekhona azokwazi ukuba afunde loo nto azawubuzwa ngayo.
Do you know whether the police conducted a forensic investigation into the nature of the injuries sustained by survivors of the massacre?
Unalona ulwazi okokuba amapolisa aya ayiphanda kanzulu into yabo basinda kule ntlekele ababenzakele.
I think IPID could do that, not the police.
Beg your pardon?
The police would not be expected to do that, but maybe IPID.
Loo nto ibe into ezokwenza IPID.
Do you know whether that body has done it or not?
Ngolwazi lwakho bayenzile abo be-IPID.
I don't know because they are not part of us.
Andinalwazi ngoba abekho phantsi kwethu.
In order to decide whether or not people were injured in self-defense or wantonly as a punishment, the nature of the injuries of those who survived were of some importance, including to you, to decide whether or not the so-called self-defense story was true.
Andithi indlela aba bantu bebenzakele ngayo abasinda indlela benzakele ngayo beyizawuba into ebalulekile okokuba kujongisise ukuba aba bantu balimele ezikhuselana amapolisa ayikanene bekungezinye izehlakalo zempindiselo noma okunye.
Phone light on. You want to say something?
Yes, Chair. As a matter of law, if a death like this results out of police conduct, it is a different legal entity that takes over to do the pathologies. It cannot be expected of the police to do it themselves.
Menzakale njengalena ke xa ibangwe ngamapolisa nokusweleka kwabantu akuwona amapolisa aye aziphande wona ngokwawo kukho abanye abaphanda ezo zehlakalo.
I'll change the question slightly in order to get on. The nature of the injuries, those wounded but lived, would be useful evidence to decide whether or not the police shot in self-defense or not.
Inhlobo abenzakele ngayo aba bantu ababasinda ke kwesihlakalo kuzawuba bubungqina obubalekile ukubonakalisa kokuba amapolisa adubula ezikhusela na.
What is your answer?
Impendulo ithini apho?
I didn't hear an answer. I had a statement.
Ndive ingxelo awuzange ubuze mbuzo.
She only heard a statement. I was going whether she agrees with
There's an implied question. Is it
Yeah.
correct or do you agree?
I'm just asking for that.
So he did make a statement, but by implication he was saying, do you agree? So
Uzanje incazelo ukuba uyavumelana nami xa ndisitsho
assuming
njalo na.
that implied question was expressed, are you able to answer it?
Judge, I'm going to ask to be asked that question again because I would like to answer something I understand.
Lo mbuzo ndivisise phambi kokuba ndiphendule ukuba yintoni la ifuna kakuhle.
The nature of the wounds on the injured would be of importance to decide whether the police shot in self-defense or wanton shooting in order to punish people.
Lowo ke mbuzo awubuzayo kokuba
Those injuries, were they relevant to decide whether the police acted in self-defense or not?
Not,
beyiphinda lento abekayibuza futhi umhlekazi uBizos.
I do not know.
Pendulo ithi hayi andazi.
Why don't you know?
Yintoni ungazi?
Chair, that also is a matter of expert field by various scientifically trained people.
Umhlekazi uSiminya uthi lento ayibuza ku general umhlekazi uBizos yinto ezawuvezwa ngabantu abanamava ingcali kulonto.
With respect, I disagree. I will repeat the question,
Zakuphinda lo mbuzo
slightly modified so that the witness is obliged to answer it.
ukujika nje kancinci ukuba le
May I
elingqina
proceed, Mr. Chair?
nyanzele ukuphendula.
We'll hear whether the modification is of the nature
Yes,
you've described.
Asive ukuthi uthini ke Nkosi.
Do you know that 84 people were injured?
Yes, I do.
Ewe nalwazi okwenzakala abantu abangu-84
They went to hospitals.
baya ezibhedlele.
Correct, Counsel.
Ewe kunjalo mntu.
Records were kept with the nature of their injuries.
Kwabhalwa phansi okokuba bonzakele ngohlobo olunjani
Yes.
amanxeba. Ewe.
Where those injuries were, on what part of the body, what side of the body, would be of importance in deciding for all of us, including the Commissioner, whether the shots were fired in self-defense or as a matter of aggression against those people. Not a question of expert opinion. If they were shot at the back, you and I can draw an inference. If they were shot in front, you and I can draw an inference. If they were shot on the side, another possible inference. Please answer the question.
Cela ukuba uphendule lo mbuzo kokuba
Now
aba bantu ke
the time has come to ask the question. Ask the question in a form which, as you
Yes.
say, obliges the witness to answer.
Yes. Did you take any steps to ascertain before judging the police what those injuries were and their nature?
wake walenza wena ngokwakho uphando phambi kokuba uthethe namapolisa okokuba umenzakalo lena bonzakele ngendlela enjani?
No, because at that time, you would know that it was on the 17th
Andizange
and it was
uyakhumbula
on the 20th.
ukuba lento yenzeka ndathetha nge-17 nange-20.
And the processes you are talking about were still rolling out.
Ezi zinto uthetha ngazo bezisenzeka ke pha apho bebekhona.
But why would you take the say-so of the police that they acted in self-defense without examining the evidence that may have contradicted it?
Wenziwa intoni wamukelela ingxelo yamapolisa ukuba bebezikhusela ungaphandanga okokuba injalo na ikanene hayi lento?
There are other circumstances that informs that decision.
Kukho ezinye ke imeko ezenza kokuba eso sigqibo sikwazi ukuthathwa.
What circumstances were those?
The attack of the police.
Ukuhlaselwa kwamapolisa sesinye,
The police version of what happened.
lento oyixela ngamapolisa.
We close our eyes to all other evidence.
Thetha leyo nto sivale amehlo kubo bonke obunye ubungqina obukhona.
There was other evidence that was visible to her in respect to which she could close her eyes, which is an assumption that you're making with the question.
Obubungqina
But the other factor is, of course, I take it you had the briefing from the police. Had you seen the video footage that was broadcast? Or some of it?
Phande kwengxelo wayixela ngamapolisa general ivideo ezezazivezwa wawuke wazibona ngaphambi kwelo xesha.
We had seen some of it. Some of it
Ezinye.
was on the news.
Ezinye zazo ezinye zazivele kwizindaba.
I must disclose, Mr. Chairman, that we have 61 records and not 84, because some of them could not be found as a result, despite our efforts.
In respect of the
Irecord abanazo zabantu abonzakala
In respect of the
zingu-61
people that are wounded.
abatholanga yonke i-84 le abethetha ngayo.
I want to put this to you
Funa ukubeka ngolu hlobo kuwe.
in regard to the injured miners. In 51 of the recorded cases of gunshot wounds, 33 cases, or 64% of those injuries, were sustained by regular gunshots firing sharp ammunition.
Uthi kwaba bantu nithetha ngako 33 kunobungqina bokuba badubula ngembumbulu ezizibukhali ezibulalayo.
Thirty-three cases of the 64 of the injuries were sustained by regular gunshots fired in sharp ammunition, and you will find that, Mr. Chairman, in clinical
I
report,
found it, it's on page 2,
page 2.
a D1 type of injury.
Only 7% of the injuries were caused by rubber bullets.
Uthi ziphesenti ezingu-7 kuphela abo bonzakala nge-rubber bullets.
I will ask you to accept the correctness of this.
Ndizocela ukuba yamukele le nto kokuba yinyaniso le ndiyivezayo.
Are the police expected, if they must use fire as a last resort in terms of the orders, to use rubber bullets and not sharp ammunition?
Andithi
In
kunjalo
terms of
kokuba
the standing orders which you yourself wrote Exhibit S about.
kuya nge-standing orders andithi imbumbulu yiyona into yokugqibela edinga ukuba isetyenziswe xa kohluleke yonke enye into.
Maybe before I answer, let me ask another question
Mandibuze umbuzo phambi kokuba ndiphendule loo ntetho.
so that I can contextualize my answer.
Ndikwazi okokuba ndiphendule into endiyive kakuhle.
What I've heard you say, you've given me some number of people whose deaths have been found to be of rubber bullets and others of other forms of perhaps
Sharp ammunition.
Okay. What may assist us is also to understand that of those 6, how many rubber bullets were shot, because it will give me a context.
Well, we can have a look at that. But on the face of it, on the face of the injuries, do you agree that if the figures are correct, much less rubber bullets were used than sharp ammunition?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking the question. You say how many rubber bullets were shot?
Xa ubala zonke ezi zibalo kuyabonakala kwasetyenziswa ii-rubber bullets ezincinci ukugqitha ezi zibulalayo ezasetyenziswa.
Semenya, you've turned on your microphone. wish to say something?
Again, the question is misleading, Chair. One cannot, on the face of injuries, compute that less type ammunition was used than the other.
Uthi umhlekazi wesiminya asikwazi okokuba sijonge nje
Common sense would
imenzakalo.
show, Mr. Chairman, with respect,
Yes,
common sense would show that the number of injuries would, in all probability, correspond to the percentage of bullets
Would depend on a number of factors, including the ability of those who fire rubber bullets to hit the target compared with the ability of those who use sharp ammunition to hit some kind of target. I mean, that's one point that occurs to me. I'm not sure that it's quite as straightforward as you suggest as a witness, but perhaps you can reformulate the question in a way which puts the nub of your point to the witness without incurring the objection which prima facie is well taken.
Having regard to the number of injuries,
asibala abantu abanzakala
64% with sharp ammunition and only 7% with rubber bullets.
asibala
And we
percent
infer
as in 64.
that the police used many more sharp ammunition against the crowd than rubber bullets.
Asibala kokuba phezulu kwe-percent ezingu-60 zabantu zonzakala ngeembumbulo ezibukhali kwaba yi-7% kuphela ebethwe ngerabha zeembumbulo. Singayamkela kwakasetshenziswa iimbumbulo ezibukhali ukugqitha ezi zerabha.
I'm not able to, because really it is important for me to have the baseline stats. What shots were fired of the sharper ammunition, of the rubber bullets? That inference will then start making sense to me. At this point in time, I'm not able to make it.
Ngeke ndikwazi ukuba apha ndihleli khona ndikunike ezo zibalo ngaphambi kokuba zibekwe phambi kwam kwadijula zingaki ezi nezi nezi.
Even if one may make some allowance in the comparison, that's not on the number of rubber bullets, because rubber bullets may not leave an injury. But nevertheless, do the figures not show to you that the favored weapon of the police was sharp ammunition?
Chairperson,
Umhlekazi uBhizo
objection.
sokokuba xa kudijule irubber bullet kwamanye amaqela ayenzi monzakalo ayikho nxeba elenzayo, kodwa ke uyabonakala okokuba kusetshenziswa kwezi zibukhali kwaba iyona into yayithandwe kakhulu ngamapolisa ngalowo mini.
Before Mr. Semenya makes his point, Mr. Bezos, I'd like to say something about the question you're now asking. I think you should look at slide 211 of Exhibit L and compare it with, and also slide 257. What those two slides indicate, this is not a question of inference from injuries of people, but actual facts apparently of munitions expended at the two scenes. According to 211, 533 less than lethal, what they call munitions, were expended at scene one, of which 522 were rubber bullets or balls, whatever the correct expression is. As far as the lethal ammunition is concerned, if one includes both warning and shots fired by way of warning shots and shots fired actually towards people, the total is 284. As far as this information is concerned, it would appear to indicate, if correct, that 522 rubber bullets or balls were fired, compared with 284 sharp point ammunition, of which 175 were fired at people as opposed to 109 as warnings. Then if one turns to 257, one moves there to scene 2. There, the figures tend to support you because there were 30 out of a total of just over just over 300 so-called munitions. There were only 30 rubber balls fired, compared with 120 fired towards people and 148 by way of warning. Now, that I would suggest is a safer basis for asking the kind of questions you want to ask, rather than this other basis you're proceeding on, which is subject, I would think, to all sorts
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will modify the question, and I was about to say that it may well be that the numbers may be affected because rubber bullets do not usually may not leave a mark on the target.
Depending, I think, of the distance over which they fire.
The distance.
Presumably at short range there'd be a bruise, but at a further range
I will take both, and thank you very much for drawing our attention. I will combine the two and change the question, which I think, with respect, will satisfy my learned friend, Mr. Semenya.
sachazelwe ngu-chairperson umhlekazi ubhizo sokuba
We
ifunde
have
kanjani le nto
figures
ukuthi uza kutshintsha umbuzo lo wakhe.
Of how many people were injured by sharp ammunition, and how many shots were made with sharp ammunition, and we have similar figures for rubber bullet ammunition. Taking them both together, it would appear that most of the people that were injured with sharp ammunition. Will you accept that, please?
Asesithatha kokuba kwadutshulwa imbumbulo ezingaki zerabha zingaki ezibukhali, siyayamkela into yokokuba abantu ubuninzi babantu abonzakala apho badutshulwa ngezi zibukhali imbumbulo kunjalo.
Mr. Bezos, would it not be most of the people that are part of this database on which this analysis is done, but there might have been other people shot by rubber balls that didn't actually go to hospital and don't form part of your database?
We can make allowance for that as well as part of the possibilities of the lesser number of evidenced shots. But we cannot overcome the fact that I want the witness to assume that most of the people injured and that did not die were injured by sharp ammunition.
Emva kokuba saxelele nguCommissioner uHemraj kokuba ubuninzi babantu ababethwa ziibullet zeraba abagqibelanga basesibhedlela ngako lawo manani akanawuvela apha. Uthe yamkela ke loo ntetho umhlekazi uBizos, kodwa kuvezwa kokuba ubuninzi bababonzakala badutshulwa ngembumbulo ezibukhali.
So will you prepare to assume that?
Uyayamkela loo ntetho?
Not quite, particularly because of the point that has just been raised.
Ikakhulu ngale ntetho egqiba kuvela ngoku.
Yes. In 29 of the 34 deceased miners were shot by high-velocity firearm ammunition.
Page 8 of Exhibit F20.
That will be found on
It's going to be contrasted with the number.
page 8 of F20, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Get this one.
And there are 6 cases of rubber bullets. You prepared to assume that?
Have you answered?
No, I haven't
Or are you still
answered.
looking at it?
I haven't answered
because I'm busy moving around pages with you. I haven't seen this report.
National Commissioner, it's the document Medico Legal Report,
Okay.
Marikana Mine Deaths. It's FFF 20.
Yes.
And at the beginning, there's a report by Drs. Naidu and Perumal, followed by annexes. And in the report part, that's near the front of this exhibit, you'll find
Chairperson, can I say something?
10-page section, and page 8
Yeah.
is the passage that you're being referred to. And I think Council is in fact referring you to paragraph 2, which is at the top of page 8. Is that right, Mr.
Yes.
Rios? Right. Well, give the witness a chance to read it first before you pepper her with questions.
Well, I am informed that the document was available to her, and it doesn't matter.
The Commissioner,
Yesterday's.
as I'm sure, got a lot of other things to look at, not only documents relating to our Commission, but ongoing matters relating to her office. So we must give her a chance.
Chairperson, I want to say something here. This is a very intricate and technical report. I need time to read it.
Ndidinga ithuba elide ukuba ndifunde le ncwadi ngoba le ncwadi ibhalwe ngobuchule obukhulu babanolwazi ngamava ezokwelapha emergency.
The anecdotal approach you are taking to these issues that are being raised are compromising the quality of my responses, and I would appeal to be given time to read this report.
Ngako ke ndicela
Already provided for
ithuba lokuba
just looking at a section of the warning lights document during
ezivakalayo
tea
kubungqina
adjournment.
bam.
Perhaps we can, I know she's probably got other calls in her time during the tea adjournment to deal with urgent problems arising in her office, and also drinking tea, which is necessary as well. Perhaps we could give her an opportunity to look at this document. If she's not ready by the end of the scheduled time for ending the tea adjournment, we can give her some extra time, because, as I told you before, I don't think we must allow cross-examination by ambush. And putting a document to someone and saying, look at this passage, you haven't read the rest, please answer, can have that effect. I'm not suggesting you're doing it deliberately, but it's something that happens. So perhaps if we can do it that way, we will meet the request by the witness that she be dealt with fairly, but also not hamper you in putting the points to her that you wish to put.
Iyavumelana umgcinisihlalo nesicelo sika General ukuthi masingavezi imibuzo apha ngento ebezingekho.
Will be given.
For tea adjournment now, if you like. That might solve the problem. It's a bit early, but
Yes.
but I'm in your hands. You must tell me what you consider appropriate.
Yes, and I want to be fair to her by putting the question that I would want her to answer,
Yes, right.
so that she can apply her mind to what all this is about. And you can look at the document and prepare your answer.
Jonge ke le ncwadi uphendule.
That it is abundantly clear that non-lethal ammunition, that is rubber bullets, played a minor role in the operation, as evidenced by the injuries on the people that lived.
Umbuzo kokuba kwasetshenziswa
And more particularly at scene 2.
Well, that's your
imbumbulu
question.
ezibukhali ezininzi ugqitha
To some extent,
ezingabulali.
what you say is backed up already by the passage from Exhibit L that I referred you to. But anyway, all these matters can be fruitfully discussed after the tea adjournment. And if National Commissioner, if you don't have enough time during the ordinary more or less quarter of an hour for tea, and you need a little bit more time, just let us know. I know you also are sometimes troubled with problems that arise from your head office that you have to deal with as a matter of urgency. So if you need a bit more time, please let us know.
Ndinolwazi okokuba
We'll now take the tea adjournment.
Sizawuthatha ixesha letiye kwangoku uzawuthi xa esegqibile uNational Commissioner siqale.
I tell you what we'll do. We'll take it till 15:15. That's a little bit longer than usual, but that gives the National Commissioner a chance, I hope, to read what she has to read and deal with such other fires that are burning in her office at the moment. We will now adjourn for tea.
Sizawuthatha ixesha letiye kude kube ngu-1:15. Getting ready to start your study commission.
Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you still under oath?
Yes,
Mr.
I am.
Bezos?
Sephansi kwesifungo general.
I want to ask the witness whether she has had an opportunity of reading Exhibit F21. That's the one that was handed in this morning, Commissioner. Did you have an opportunity of reading it?
I have F20. That's what I was asked to read.
Or only on the numbers? You haven't read this document. Does the SAPS have a problem with abuse of power?
No.
You haven't read it yet?
My homework was F20.
Yes. Well, there were 2 pieces of homework, not serious.
Never mind how many pieces of homework were. It's not a very long thing.
Okay.
It's page 3. I won't adjourn. I said, unless you be embarrassed to read it to yourself quietly in public. If you can, we'll stop for a couple of minutes, give you a chance to read it. And if when you've done so, you feel yourself ready to answer such questions as Mr. Bezos may ask you about it, we can carry on.
Buza ngokumhlakazi uBizos bakwayefunda nayi FF21 uthi general ubecela ukuba afunde FF20 yona ayifundile sajonge yona le 21 ngoku.
First have to indicate that this is going to be. Here's the front cover. Where's the front cover? That this was presented to the Portfolio Committee of Police on the 26th of March. That's the day before yesterday.
Yes.
I've read it.
She's right.
Are you now ready?
Yeah.
National
Thanks.
Commissioner? Mr. Bezos, the witness is now
Thank you,
ready.
Mr.
You may now
Chairman.
proceed.
Yes. I want to refer you to Exhibit F21, headed Warning Lights Flashing, Policing in South Africa 2013-14, presentation to the Portfolio Committee on the Police, dated the 26th of March 2013, a few days ago, by the Institute of Security Studies.
Lincwadi inezinsukwana nje ivelile ngoku ngomhla ka27 kuMarch 2013 kwi report yophaya kwi Portfolio Committee amapolisa eParliament.
I want you to please turn to page 3.
Sijonga pha kwikhasi lesithathu.
The second paragraph, headed, Does the SAPS have a problem with abuse of power?
Apho kubuzwa khona okokuba amapolisa anayo na ingxaki yosetyenziso lwamandla apho kungafanelanga.
In 2001/02, a total of 416 brutally related criminal cases were opened at the IPID against police officials.
Ngo-2001 ngoFebruary kwakuvulwe amatyala angu-416 kumapolisa ngendlela yokubulala ngokumasikisi.
By 2011-12, this had increased by 313%.
Uthe ngoNovember kuwo lo nyaka wa-211 kwafumana okokuba isande nge-313% eso sibalo.
1,722 cases or an average of 5 cases each day.
Kwase kuvulwe amatyala angu-162 okubonisa okokuba kuvulwa amatyala amahlanu ngemini.
Of the 720 deaths reported to the IPID in 2011/12, there was evidence of criminality on the part of the police in 162 cases, or 1 in 5 cases, 22%.
Lawo matyala aripota kwi-IPID kwafunyaniswa okokuba kukho izenzo zolwaphulomthetho ezingaba 162 kulawo matyala.
2011/12, SAPS charged 1,050 of their own members for corruption-related offences.
Uthe kuwo lo nyaka i-SAPS yathosa amatyala ii-members zawo ezingu-1,050 ngamatyala okubuqhetseba.
ISS research in 2011 identified 50 people who experienced or witnessed police abuse.
Kuthe ngo-2011 i-ISS xa yenza uphando yafumana okokuba abantu abangama-50 ngamanqina ekuboneni ukuhlukumezwa kwabantu ngamapolisa.
Only one had tried to report it.
Phakathi kwabo bantu mnye nje owaripota leso senzo.
SAPS facing 841,512 civil cases, 525,120,000 civil cases in relation to assault.
Claims ezenziwa ke kubantu ababethiwe nabadalaziwe zaba ngu-841,512,000.
When?
Civil claims in relation to assault, and 1.1 billion in relation to shooting incidents.
Le mali ke kwakungamatyala okubethwa kwabantu kwaba iziclaims ze-1.1 billion ezabantu abasweleka.
Total claims have doubled in the last 2 years to 14.8 billion.
Kwiminyaka emibili egqithileyo ii-claims ke ezijongiswe kumnyango wamapolisa ziye zaphindwa kabili zayobetha ngale kwe-14 billion.
66% of the adult population think that corruption is a widespread problem in the police.
66% yabantu ke balapha eMzantsi banalezo
Open bracket
ngcingo
HSRC.
zokuba amapolisa ngabantu abanganako kwethembeka.
41% of population do not trust the police at all.
41% ke ayiwathembi nakancinci amapolisa.
Open bracket HSRC.
Lena ke luphando le-HSRC.
35% of South Africans interviewed for Future Fact in 2012 admitted to being scared of the police.
35% ke eyahlolwa iphandwa ngaba be-Future Fact ngonyaka ka-2012 bavuma okokuba bona bayewoyika amapolisa asemzantsi.
Now, the Institute for Security Studies, do you know about them?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyazazi ezo.
Have you any reason to doubt their competence and their sincerity in the matters on which they report?
Unaso isizathu sokuba ube nokungabaza ukungayithembi lento abayivezayo uphando labo?
I have my own reservations because we've clashed in terms of data and statistics with them.
I'm sorry I didn't hear you. Please
I have my own reservations.
What are your reservations?
We as SAPS have clashed on data and information on how it is casted.
Kukho apho singavani kakuhle nabo ne-SAPS ngezindlela abasebenza ngayo ngezibalo nezindlela ezithize kuphandwa ngayo.
They make assertions of fact in what I have read to you, and also opinions. Which facts do you say they've got wrong?
Babeka ke ezo ngxelo zabo benze ezizigqibo phezu kwalento bendikufundela yona ngoku. Intoni oyingabazayo apho?
I think there are a number of things that we would have to look into in relation to this one. You asked me about whether I trusted them. I said we have had clashes in terms of data integrity or data commonality. Even our stats, when we announce them, they would respond differently to the statistics that we have collected. So I first responded to that. Now you are asking me about this. I would need to take this and look at some of the issues that are being raised. For instance, if I just look at a very simple indicator here, they talk about the growth of the brutality cases. What we are not given here is also against how many arrests that we have made. Does it turn out to be a 0.0009 or a 10% or whatever? We need to, in statistical ethics, you must give those baselines so that people can understand the context of what is being done here. This is anecdotal.
Aziphelelanga izinto abazibhale apha kakutsho kokuba kwabanjwa kwatyholwa bangaka abantu abathesa amatyala apha ziipesenti ezingaka u-00 noma ziipesenti ezingaki. Ngako ke singevani nabo xa kuza
regard that any of the facts stated, the number of cases, for instance, the number of arrests, the number of complaints, you actually not accept their allegations of fact. Never mind their opinions, the facts that they put down. Do you have reason to disbelieve any of them?
Unezizathu ezingenza kokuba uphikise izibalo ezabathetha ngazo apha amanani ababantu abathetha ngabo apha.
I would like to note them as their position, but I really would like to test the veracity of that against our own data.
Thanda kokuba ndithi ndingayijonga lento yabo ke ndiye ndiyophanda ndijonge nakwezethu kokuba ivela kanjani lento.
Sorry, may I interrupt you for a moment and ask a question which may or may not help to shorten the proceedings? You recently were before the Portfolio Committee on Police yourself, weren't you?
Yes.
And this presentation by the Institute for Security Studies, which was made on the 26th of March, had that been brought to your attention before you came here this morning?
It was post my attendance. It was post my attendance. This came the 26th I was here.
Now, I presume that regard being had to the nature of the allegations made, it's something that the police service would wish to revert to the Portfolio Committee on an answer, because they're quite serious allegations made to the Portfolio Committee, which is a very important body, and presumably you owe it to the Portfolio Committee and you owe it to the police service itself to answer these allegations insofar as there are inaccuracies and things stated which are perhaps out of context or unfair or exaggerated. Would that be correct?
It is correct, Judge. And I was also in a different committee. It wasn't this committee.
Yes, I understand. Now, the reason I'm asking the question is, I understand you're at a bit of a disadvantage in dealing with these allegations here, particularly having seen the document for the first time today. I presume, though, that some kind of fairly detailed response will be prepared in due course to give to the committee. Would that be correct?
I would be happy to do so, Judge.
No, I mean, I take it, if I may, you'll forgive me for saying it, I think it's something that you owe to the committee and indeed to the service, the police service, isn't that right?
Uyavumelana nomgcini sihlalo kokuba uzawuba nayo impendulo ugeneral kule nto uthi kodwa ke ngale mini kuthethwa le nto ube kwenye ikomiti ube ngekho kule komiti mhla kuthethwa wayela kwikommission uzawuthi ke hambeni kwexesha bayijonge bayiphononge babe nempendulo.
Obviously, you couldn't give the necessary instructions until you knew about the document yourself. But now you do know about it, I take it you'll be giving those instructions that a response be prepared.
Yes, Judge.
Ubengenalwazi
so
ngale
the
nto,
real
kodwa
question
ngoku esazi ngayo uzawunika imiyalelo ukuba makwenziwe ntoni.
Can you more or less tell us when that's likely to be ready? I know that's a difficult question. If you can't answer it, I won't be critical. But if you know more or less when it'll be ready, and if we're still busy with our task, if it could be made available to us, because I think that would be helpful and probably be a better response to this document than the kind of answers that you'd be able to give seated as you are, having been faced with this document for the first time today. Would that be correct?
Yes, Judge. We will fast track this process and try and let you have our response, the latest by mid-April.
Uyathembisa uGeneral okokuba uzawuba nayo impendulo kule nto ye-portfolio committee baza kuyizisa nalapha kujaji uthembisa ukuba phaya phakathi kuka-April ingahle ibe khona impendulo.
Mr. Bezos, if that happens, and there are points which you consider relevant for our commission, with which you don't agree, you'll get an opportunity to deal with
it. I will leave it at that, except that I want one question. These allegations coming to you as new, or was there a problem long before you saw it published in a document such as this?
Lento ivela apha kule phepha into oyibona ngoku kanene into ubokade uyazi phambili nokuba ikhona ingxaki njengale.
I have read about a lot of allegations in the press. And yes, there are other challenges that we're having internally, but as I have promised the judge, we will respond to this, we will contextualize, we will give you our facts. Yes. In relation to that.
You agree that there are allegations of fact which are reasonably rebutted if they are incorrect. For instance, the billions of money that has been claimed for wrongful acts by the police. That's quite easily checked.
I can tell you before I respond to you that this figure that you see here is a result of a litigation report, the first litigation report that I have requested as the National Commissioner, and from 1994. And this is not reflected here. That's why I want to answer comprehensively and give feedback to this Commission.
Into yenza okokuba ndicele elixesha lokuba ndiphendule kakuhle okokuba lento yacelwa ndim okokuba mayinikwe ezi zinto kusuka ngo-1994.
And if I may just touch on the 14 billion again. Again, it's not the money that is going to be paid. The formula we are using to calculate the 14 billion, in my report we'll talk about that. When we receive any letter that says I want 30 million, we count that as a letter before it even becomes a summon, before it even goes to court. So this is a highly exaggerated number, unqualified, uncharacterized. And my report that I'm going to give to the Commission will talk to that, because I wanted to understand as a National Commissioner the civil claims. I called for a litigation report. I asked our legal department to do that. So I can tell you that this number is a number of a report that I commissioned, and it is misinterpreted.
Lento evele apha ke into engeyona inyane yacelwa ndim uba mayenziwe lento. Ezi zinamba zivela apha nje zeziphakeme gqitha ndawuletha ireport ebonisa okokuba yintoni ekhona.
May I make a suggestion, which I hope you won't take umbrage at? We all know that people can claim anything. Doesn't necessarily mean when the case is finally disposed of, they get anywhere near the amount they've claimed. So what would be a helpful exercise, if I may suggest it, is to take a couple of years and show how much was claimed, and then how much was actually paid out. because you will find clearly a disparity between the two. But even so, of course, the amounts paid out may well present quite a startling picture and may form a basis for the kind of questions that Mr. Bezos is asking you. The only point I make, and I think it's the point you've made, is just to look at the claims themselves. I'm not suggesting Mr. Bezos is only doing that either, but just to look at the claims themselves gives rise to a very misleading impression. So if I may be permitted to suggest, when you respond, deal with the over a representative period, the amounts claimed and the amounts actually paid out, because that will give a more accurate picture of the nature of the problem. My impression from press reports is it is still quite a serious problem, but we'll deal with that when we get there.
Sizawufika umchazela apha umgcinisihlalo kokuba ayijonge ngolhlobo lento kokuba ajonge iclaims ezenziwa ngoba umuntu uclaima noma yintoni akusho kokuba leyo nto ayiclaimile umuntu kuye kubhatala yona atsho kokuba apha baclaime imali engaka kodwa eyabhatelwa ingaka izawubonisa ke apho kokuba inyani iphina phi.
I agree with respect in relation to the amounts, and I know from our personal experience that sometimes fantastic sums copied from other jurisdictions of millions are made. But let us deal with a more close issue. The number of people killed by the police, is that something that is debatable, or do you accept the figures?
Uthetha apha ngezimali eziclaimayo umhlekazi uBizos uba uyazi naye ngokwakhe uke wagqitha kwinto ezinjengazo apha abantu baclaima khona imali engaphezulu nje kwesibalo buza ngoku ngabantu abanzakala nabasweleka.
Yesterday a number was bandied that 720 deaths reported by IPID were caused by the police, but now when we read this we see that there was evidence of criminality in 162. It's that those type of messages that confuses the environment. And we would like to also give you our own feedback that we've got from IPID, because we don't count those people. It's a report of IPID, but we would like to look at those. And I just worry about the anecdotal information that keeps on rearing its head in the media, and we are bringing it even in the commission. So I'd like to ask for an opportunity to respond to each of those bullets.
Ucela ithuba kokubanika ithuba lokuba ezijongisisa kakuhle lezinto ezihambe zivela apha nasemaphepheni izolo kuvezwe apho kokuba bangu 172 abantu apha
720.
One of the interesting points that flows from this document,
162.
one of the interesting points that flows from this document is the second bullet here about the deaths, which Mr. Bezos has read. It appears from that it's misleading just to look at the number of deaths at the hands of the police or in police custody and so forth. Because some of them may be justifiable homicides, in fact, insofar as the facts indicate that to be so. But what appears from these statistics, if they're correct, is that about one in five of the deaths in police custody, or involving the police, because presumably sometimes it would be someone who's not yet in custody who's been shot. 1 in 5 of those, there's evidence of criminality on the part of the police. So the startling, so if you take the number of deaths and you then take 20% of those, you will still, of course, have quite a significant figure, which gives rise to concern. But the point I'm making is it's misleading just to look at the number of deaths. You've got to factor in the fact that some of these deaths may have occurred in circumstances where there's no blame attaching to the police. But this statistic, certainly for the 2011-2012 period, indicates that there were 162 cases, which in itself is quite an alarming figure, but obviously nowhere near as alarming as the figure of 720, which is the number of deaths. But even so, we mustn't be complacent. 162 deaths is 162 deaths too many, and that's obviously a matter for concern. Yes. Would you agree? I'm sure you'll agree with that.
Uyicela uchairman ukuba xa ejonga ezi zinto ke abone into ezabangela ukusweleka kwaba bantu abanye mhlawumbe basweleka ngendlela ezithize apho kungekho uphando olungenziwa noma mhlawumbe kuthiwe kutyhola amapolisa jongisise kakuhle lonto.
Yes, the point made to me by Commissioner Hemrose is even the 1 in 5 may in itself be misleading.
Yes.
Because evidence of criminality doesn't mean evidence that is correct and that is accepted by a court or accepted by the police when they settle a claim. But still, this is the aspect that must be looked at, not just the number of deaths, or even the number of deaths where there's evidence of criminality in the IPID docket, but one has to look further at that figure and see whether the evidence has been accepted either by the police, by implication, by paying, even possibly without acknowledging liability, or where a court has actually found liability.
Into evezwa nguCommissioner Hamrajo kokubana lapha kuthiwa khona omnye kubantu abahlanu kuye kutyholwe amapolisa uthi nalapho ke kwezo zenzo zolwaphula umthetho kufanele zijonge ukuba isigqibo saba yintoni bamukelwa na obobungqina ikane nabuzange.
I think, Judge, what we will do really is to look at those and even maybe go to history, because when you talk about evidence of criminality, I think in an environment such as this one that talk about being innocent until proved otherwise, I would like us to look at history and be able to look at maybe not even 2012, 2011, and just look maybe at 2 past years to say, did we get convictions and all those? And I would take the advice that you've given for us to come back.
It's convictions. Of course, it's not necessarily convictions, because in certain cases, one mightn't be able to identify the offender. So you might, for example, have an inquest finding by a magistrate who finds that someone was killed by an unidentifiable policeman, or policewoman for that matter. So that would also be a relevant statistic to bear in mind. But anyway, it isn't really appropriate for us to debate this at this stage. All I'm saying is the figures we get must be sufficiently detailed for us to use them to make worthwhile findings. Obviously, Mr. Bezos and his clients will assist us in that exercise as well.
Siyethemba kokuba uBezos nabakhe bazokwazi ukusincedisa kule nto kokuba sifumane inyaniso ngoba akubona kuphela abo bantu abafunyanwa benamatyala ekungathiwa ngabo aba. Kungenzeka kokuba kwamanye amatyala kwabulawa umuntu kungekho bungqina bokuba wawubula ubani kodwa efela ezandleni zamapolisa.
I want to refer you to paragraph 10 of your statement, exhibit FFF3. Have you got it in front of you? Sorry, page 3 of FFF3, the witness's statement.
Asiza we sahluko sesithathu se-statement sika General.
Paragraph.
Have you got it, Commissioner?
I have my statement. You said which paragraph?
Paragraph 10.
10.
I'm sure that you wrote that paragraph. Can you please read it out for the benefit of all?
Ndiyathemba ukuba yabhala nguwe makusifundele siyona siyive sonke.
I lead an organization dedicated to upholding the law.
Umbutho ohola ndim onjongo yawo kuku bona kokuba umthetho yenziwa.
To serving and protecting the community and its property pursuant to the SAP's constitutional mandate.
Ulondolozo nokhuselo kubantu bomzansi nempahla yabo ngaphansi komgaqo-siseko wesipolisa.
I therefore discharge this mandate through my leadership and operational command structures.
You've left out some words. I lead an organization dedicated to upholding the law, to serving and protecting the community and its property, pursuant to the SAPS's constitutional mandate. I think it should be in congruence with the Bill of Rights as enshrined in our Constitution, which guarantees rights to peaceful and unarmed demonstrations and or protests.
I would agree.
Apho masongezeke apho kuthiwa khona ngaphansi komthetho onikeze amapolisa phansi komgaqo-siseko lowo mthetho othi abantu banelungelo igunya lokokuba baphile bangabi khona kubulawa.
I beg your pardon. I was quoting from the earlier one. You were quoting from the up-to-date one. Sorry, I'm sorry, my fault,
Okay.
sorry.
What was the previous one? Well, where did it change?
Can I continue?
Please disregard my interruption, which was
Okay.
irrelevant.
I therefore discharge this mandate through my leadership and operational command structures of men and women committed to serve with professionalism, with integrity, honesty, compassion, and commitment to excellence and placing service to others before self. There's
utsho ugeneral okokuba ke siyenza le nto nalaba ndibambisene nabo okokuba senziwe le nto ngentembeko ngamava nayo nokwethembeka sibeka abanye abantu phambili kwethu.
There's no future in any society without law and order.
Akukho kusasa kwelizwe apho abantu bakhona bangenayo lo kusasa oluqaqambileyo.
South Africa, as a young democracy, is highly dependent on focused, deliberate, and directed law enforcement.
South Africa ke njengelizwe elisanda kufumana inkululeko yalo igcile kakhulu ekubeni kubekho abantu abayijongile abakwazi okokuba balandele benze njengoba umthetho ubeka okokuba kubekho ucwangco.
Public order is the bedrock without which our democracy cannot succeed.
Ucwangco ke into ebalekile okokuba izwe lethu lide libe nempumelelo.
Did you write this paragraph?
Yabhalwa nguwe le paragraph.
Yes, it is my statement.
Ewe, statement sami.
Did you draft the same section number 10 as it appears on FFF2?
Wayibhala njengoko
That's the passage that I read out thinking it was
apha ku
the one you were
FFF2.
reading from. It was my mistake. But it is your earlier statement which you did swear to on the 7th of, I think it was of March.
Chair, can I just point out, just to avoid confusion, that in fact you were reading the correct passage from the correct statement. That Mr. Bezos had taken the witness to FF3 initially, which is currently now Mr. Bezos is going to FF2, which is the statement of the 12th of March.
I see. Well, so I withdraw my apologies to those who I thought I was reading the wrong statement. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Both of them, I think, are signed by the witness. So both of them, she acknowledges responsibility for. But Mr. Bezos, you've heard what Ms. Pillay says.
Yes. Thank you for the correction. I got the order wrong. The words that don't appear in one of them are the words incongruent with the Bill of Rights as enshrined in our Constitution, which guarantees rights to peaceful and unarmed demonstration and or protests, which is the final paragraph.
But Mr. Bezos, you referred here specifically to FFF3.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
that
I
is
read out.
FFF2. That one is FFF2.
This one is 2.
Yes.
Which one was the first in time?
What's the question? Let me answer.
Forgive my asking a question, but is it relevant? Both of them are statements which she signed and swore to. The words which don't appear in one nevertheless appear in a statement which she signed and swore to. So there may be some significance, which I can't quite see why the words were left out. It may have been thought to be unnecessary. But the fact of the matter is that she was prepared to accept responsibility for the fuller version. And there's nothing wrong with the fuller version. It's very no one will quarrel with those words. So I'm not quite sure how the point helps us. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Yeah. Sorry, if I may be of assistance, I've just looked at the statements. The one of the 12th does not have the reference to the Bill of Rights. The one of the 7th does. So I think Mr. Bezos is then correct that the subsequent statement is where the reference to the Bill of Rights was removed. I think that's the gist of what.
Chair, just to add to that and just to avoid confusion, if we could just, because I understand that Commissioner Dakota's numbering may be different from ours. The statement of the 12th of March is FFF2, and that's the final statement. which the witness has accepted is hers, with the exception of page 7. And the FFF3 is the initial statement of the 7th of March.
Yachaza umama Pileyo kokuba izinamba ezizenzeke kanje unumber 3 sesenziwa nge7 ko.
We now know what the numbering is, and we know what the chronological order is. But what we also know is that the witness signed both.
Yes. Into esiyaziyo kokuba zombini ezi statement wazisayina uGeneral.
The latest one doesn't have.
Question?
Yes, this is the latest one, and that has been omitted.
Yes. My suspicion was correct, Mr. Chairman, that the words...
I mean, what's the significance of it? This seems rather...
Why was it left out?
Oh, right, well, you asked that.
Why was it left out and by whom?
Statement
Is the question clear, Commissioner? Why were the words congruent with the Bill of Rights as enshrined in our Constitution, which guarantees rights to peaceful and unarmed demonstration and or protests? That was in the first one and taken out in FF3 and taken out when FFF2 was put together. Why were those words left out?
Akhutshelwa ntoni lamazwi awa apha kwakuthethwa khona ngomgaqo seko waleli lizwe okokuba abantu banalo igunya lokuqhankqalaza ngokuthula ngaphandle kokuba bexhobile intoni akhutshwa kwesi statements esibi.
You would know that when I started giving my testimony, amendments were made to the statements. Because I kept on saying, I signed a statement, I see this other one having other things and all that. And I think in that process, problems arose. But I am totally not averse to those issues that we've raised. I fully subscribe to them.
Chair, for the record.
Can you help us?
Chair, for the record, the mistake is that of the legal team.
The legal team? Well, I want to know from my learned friend which member of the legal teams decided to leave those words out.
Mr. Bezos, is that going to help us to answer the terms of reference?
But it was a mistake.
There may be some kind of internal disciplinary proceeding among the legal team which doesn't concern us. Let's carry on with material matters.
Masichubeke ngento ebalulekile apha siyeke okokuba ubani owenza ntoni kwi-team yomthetho emele amapolisa.
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect, these are vital words. They are vital words which do not appear on what was intended to be the final statement of the witness.
But the fact is, she actually affirmed, she actually swore to the first statement on the 7th. So she was prepared to affirm those words under oath. Yes. When she came here, they gave us both documents. They didn't conceal from us that she previously said these words and had second thoughts and left them out. So it doesn't look as if there were any second thoughts. I won't stop you from asking the question, but I just perhaps improperly have expressed the view that I don't think it's going to help us. But if I'm wrong and you can persuade me that you're right, please carry on.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, Mr. Chairman, but the respect of the police, of the congruent with the Bill of Rights enshrined in our Constitution, which guarantees rights of peaceful and unarmed demonstrations and or protests, are absolutely vital. And in order to make a just decision in relation to this matter, to be told that it was a mistake by the legal team is not a minor matter. It must have been a deliberate action by someone.
la mazwi
We want
akhutshwa
to know who that someone was, if not the witness.
funa ukwazi ukuba ngubani wakhupha la magama xa kungelona ingqina eli
Semenya has told us it wasn't the witness, it was one of his team.
ivezile umhlaka
And
Semenya ukuba
I'm
ngomnye
not sure that
wabantu
it's within our terms of reference to find out who it was. I don't think the President's likely to appoint another commission to find out, and I don't think that will be necessary in any event. The fact is, this witness has already said under oath what was affirmed under oath by her signature, what was in the first draft. We've been told by senior counsel for the police that the omission was something which was done, I take it by inadvertence, by a member of his team. And who it was is a matter you can discuss with him afterwards. Frankly, I'm not interested in who it is. Whoever it is may hang his or her head in shame, but I'm not interested in that person's identity. It sounds to me like a very large storm in a very small teacup, and I suggest we move on to something else.
Chairman, masichithele phambili lento ibalulekile njengoba esitsho nje umhlekazi uBizos kodwa ke elingqina aliyikhanyeli lento liyatsho kuba nalo lahambelana nayo lento ekhutshiwe kweso statement kuba ikhutshwe ubani akazi usevezile usenior counsel uSiminyo kokuba lento ibikhona yakhutshwa ngomnye wabasebenza eofisini lakhe ngesizathu esithini ke akho umuntu oyiqondayo ngabo abaza kuyilungisa lonto.
Commissioner, the paragraph in either form is really something that we all would have expected from the South African police, even more in its original form, but that's a small matter as His Lordship ruled.
Lento ikhutshiwe ke into
What I want to ask you is this,
statement sakho
that this paragraph praising the noble function of the police is expected to perform in terms of it is to be welcomed. But what we are dealing here with is what happened on particularly the 16th of August. And we have, in the exhibit that we have put today before you, statements by the Institute of Security Studies that purport to put facts and opinions completely or substantially different to what you say the police that you lead stand for. Is it a matter of concern to you that the allegations made by the Institute are made contradicting to what you say in your affidavit?
ayikukhathaza lento kokuba into ethethwa ngaba be-ISS inokuphikisana kakhulu kunalento oyithetha kokuba amapolisa lawa owaholayo ayimele.
What helps me to respond to this is that you're saying allegations.
Into endincedayo uthi zinto ezithethwayo ezo.
And it is allegations I would like to engage the ISS on.
Zizinto ke ezo zithethwa yi-ISS esizawujongana nazo nayo ngazo.
Finally, on this point, when you were asked why there is a certain attitude against the police, did it occur to you that you may have given some of the reasons set out by the Institute, instead of just calling it beautiful?
Ubuzwa apha okokuba xa ethetha ngalento igama elithi beautiful.
The question is unclear to us. We won't be able to follow the answer.
I think you should particularize the question a bit more than you have. It is a little bit on the vague side, and I'm not sure that whatever answer we get is going to help us. So I'm not stopping you from asking the question, but I think you can particularize it a bit more.
I don't know what my learned friend's problem is, but I'll try and clarify it.
Kuthiwa makawucacisele umbuzo ngoba naku umnyane awucacanga kuba uthini.
When you were asked by Al Jazeera why criminals behave the way they do, you might have mentioned some of the things that are contained in F21 in the paragraph that I read out.
Ubuza ngu-Al Jazeera kokuba yintoni izaphula mthetho ziziphethe ngolu hlobo eziziphethe ngalo ngoku.
I have already mentioned a few minutes ago that I find serious problems with some of the statements that have been made by ISS, and therefore I would not have mentioned the type of issues that they are mentioning, because I don't agree with some of them.
Ndichilo kokuba kukho okungavisisani phakathi kwethu ne-ISS. Ezinye zezinto ebathi zathethwa ngimi bezingakwazi ukuba zavela kum.
I will go to the next subject that...
Remember that the National Commissioner said we're going to get their response, which they're going to give to the Portfolio Committee, to what the ISS have said. And I've said to you that if there's anything in that response that you feel is incorrect, which this Commission should know about, you'll be given an opportunity to do so.
Yes.
So you're leaving the matter, but not necessarily forever.
Yes. Now, the other matter that you were to go through is the document that really, the documents that really say what sort of ammunition was used, and you asked for an opportunity to read the document, particularly D3 and Exhibit FF22, and you were given an opportunity to go through them.
Unikwe ithuba lokuba uyawufunda ke exhibit ezimbili u-F22 apho besibuza khona ngeentlobo zembumbulu ezasetshenziswa.
It's 20 and 22, D3. Have you read them? Have you understood them?
20 no 22 uyazifunda wazivisisa.
Is it this report on medical legal?
I'm sorry?
Is it the report on the medical legal?
Yes. No.
It's F20.
The clinical record, F22 D3.
I have F20.
I'm sorry, again, I didn't hear you.
I have F20.
I phethe uGeneral exhibit F20.
F22.
No, I don't
Phethe
have
F22.
Well, it's a short paragraph. I will read it to you. F22 D3. Shot directions and trajectory. That's the paragraph.
It's F22, page 3, and on that page, the paragraph which begins on that page is headed 3, shot directions and trajectory. That's the passage, Mr. Bezos, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
La ifundayo ke iapha ithi shot directions and trajectory.
The records available.
Stata apha ithi khona i-records zikhona, i-record ezazikhona.
I read it to you?
Yes.
Ewe?
The records available were not helpful in determining of direction in most cases.
Record ezavelayo ke azange zibe noncedo olukhulu ukukhombisa okokuba ezizimbulu zavela ngakuphi.
In just 29 cases where shot direction could be extracted, the victims appear to have been shot from the rear in most cases.
Kwezingu
Open
29
bracket, 20, close
eziyezavela.
bracket, comma, from the front in 3 cases, and from the side in 6 cases.
Uthi kwirecord eziyayo zabakhona ezingu 29 kwabonakala okokuba i-20 yabo yadujulwa ngasemva abathathu.
28 cases were unspecified in respect of shot direction.
Ezingu 28 akubanga kho bungqina ubonakalayo ukuba badujulwe kweliphi icala.
The analyst believes that the access to the actual notes of the doctors and operation theatre procedure records would greatly gratify the unspecified.
Aba ke bathi i-report nee-notes zo-doctor zizona ezingakwazi ukuba ziyicacise ngokucacileyo le nto.
It is further submitted that the extrapolation from the cases of known direction would suggest that when all records are fully analyzed, most gunshots were likely to be found to have been shot in the rear of the victims.
Uthi xa sekujongwa ubuninzi ke balento okwenziwa isigqibo kuyawufunyaniswa okokuba imbumbulo eziningi zabaqhana apha ngasemva aba bantu abanzakalayo.
As provisional as the opinion may be, would you accept that the high degree of probability was that most of the people that were shot and survived were shot from the, to use the words, from the rear of the victims?
Chair, in all fairness, Mr. Bezos must read the last paragraph appearing under that heading. It's critical.
This is why I say the information additionally did not allow any finer determination of suspects, such as the trajectory of missiles, of angles of attacks through the body, due to meagerness of detail and lack of few forensic observation. I have read it. I don't know that it changes, because I said,
As provisional
as it
I'm
may
sorry,
be.
it may also be helpful perhaps to read paragraph E on page 4, which is the disclaimer.
Page?
E on page 4.
And the author's remarks on, in the last paragraph on page 1 as well, which qualify the findings.
Uthi umgcini sihlalo masingagqibeli apho masifunde ukuya phambili njengoba sisho no Commissioner uHemraj ukuba xa siqhubekela phambili iba noncedo lento kusibonisa ukuyicacisa kakuhle lento.
This is why I say provisional, Mr. Chairman. But there can be no doubt on the information available, most were from the rear.
Lixeshana li report yexeshana nje.
What's more accurate to say is of the 61 patients who, in respect of whom information was available, it was clear, it seemed clear from 29 of those that where the shot direction was extracted, that 20 of them had been appeared to have been shot from the rear. That appeared from the nursing care notes. Whether that's a sufficiently representative sample for one to draw conclusions as to overwhelming probabilities to everybody, I'm not sure. But anyway, I suppose I shouldn't comment. It's for the witness to give her views. It sounds as if there's going to be a bit of a debate between the experts on this, and Mr. Naidu is going to come, beg his pardon, Dr. Naidu is going to come on the one side, and possibly your side may have someone else from the other. But in the meanwhile, based on this provisional finding, are you prepared to give us some kind of provisional response?
No.
Uzawubakho iphikisana phakathi kogqirha wenu nalo Dr. Naidu. Ungakwazi wena okokuba kweli xesha ubazi ukusinika eyakho incazelo ngalento impendulo yithi cha.
We'll leave that there, Mr. Chairman, but may we turn to triple F20
Masiyeke apho kwangoku mhlekazi
regarding the deceased minors on page 8.
Siye phaya ku page 20, page 8.
You got it?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
21
or 62% were shot from the side.
Apha ke kuthiwa 21 yaba bantu badutshulwa apha ngasecaleni kumzimba.
And further 7 or 21% were shot in the rear.
Kuthiwa 21% yabo bantu badutshulwa ngasemhlane emva.
75% of the deceased minors were shot either in the side or in the rear.
Where is he reading?
Andiyiboni le nto ayifundayo umhlekazi. On which page are you reading? Which page of this document?
Page 8, point 3.
Yes.
Direction of shots.
Oh, page 8, isahluko sesithathu.
I was looking for the 75%. You lost me when you went to the 75%.
Xa uthetha nge-75% uye wandilahla ke ngoba yikho apha.
What should I say?
It's the collection of the side and the rear.
Yes, it's a collection of both the side and the rear.
Xa sihlanganisa aba badutshula ngasehlangothini nangasemva iyenza isibalo ka-75%.
Now, I want to bring to your notice that the defense version is that the deceased or members of the crowd did not rush to attack the police, but they turned away on the side when the police shot them.
Chair, we object.
Umbuzo
This
wakhe
document
uthi
does not
umhlekazi
support
uSiminya
that proposition at all.
I'm not talking about this document. I am talking about the evidence.
ndithetha ngobungqina obuzawuba khona.
The evidence given by the people who have given evidence that they turned away from where the police were to the side in order to bypass the crowd and run away. That is the evidence.
With respect, such evidence has not been tendered in this commission.
Well, my memory must be failing me, but I am sure that I am correct, that the two witnesses that gave evidence that were part of that group said what I have summarized.
Amangqina amabini athethe apha ayithethe njengoba ndiyiveza le nto.
Well, let me put it another way.
Mandiyibeke ke ngolunye uhlobo.
People, if they attacked the police and the police shot in self-defense, must have faced their victims. They must have faced one another.
Aba bantu bebawahlasela amapolisa kusho ukuthi kwakujongene bejonge kuwo.
Chairperson, the defense is one of private defense. Even from the side, if I think a member is in imminent danger and I'm entitled in law to shoot from the side, I do that. And it would be justified in the example I give. The proposition which my learned colleague is putting to the witness is unfair and maybe misleading.
ubeka ngolohlobo ke umhlekazi
Chairman,
uSiminya
there is a
okokuba
dispute.
xa
There is a
uthetha
dispute
nge-private
of-
defense
Let me try.
uthetha nangokukhusela omnye woxa bakho xa ubona okokuba usengozini.
If members of the crowd attacked the police and the police shot them in self-defense, would you have expected the injuries to occur on the back and or the side?
Xa aba bantu bebahlasela bejongene nawo amapolisa ubuza ulindele okokuba bonzakale apha ngasehlangothini ikanene ngasemva.
It can't be just an easy, in my pedestrian view of the matter, it can't just be an easy assessment of saying, because I was injured on the side, or because when I saw the gun I turned, I don't know. I'm not able to say yes or no. Because those that were there maybe can explain better, because when I face a lion and want to stab a lion, and if the lion jumps and I see danger, I may not necessarily go that way. I may turn, and the lion may hit me at the back. And yet I might have wanted to kill the lion. So it's not an easy answer. I can't give a definite answer to that. It's a very difficult one to answer.
Uthi uGeneral kunzima okokuba iphendule lento njengomuntu omi phaya ubengekho apho. Abantu bebalapha bazokwazi ukuphendula lento uthi xa umuntu esiza ngesantya kwipolisi abona okokuba liyadubula usena ukuphenduka uthi imbumbulu ingene kwelinye icala uthi kunjengomuntu ke ohlasela inyamakazi ethize apha njengezi zilumayo uthi xa uthi uyayihlaba apha ithi kwenzakalisa apha ngasecinga ngasehlangothini andikwazi kuba ndikuphendule lo mbuzo mna njengomuntu omi ngaphandle.
On page FFF20, page 8, and also paragraph 8.
Asijonge apha ku paragraph 8 sahluko ses 8 ku khasi number 8.
The deceased miners, 8 of them, that is 24% of the victims, died from gunshot wounds to the head or face.
Uthi abangu 8 kwababantu abasweleka badutshulwa apha enhloko ikanene ebusweni.
I see it.
See that. Shooting people at the head is a sure way of killing them.
Sixa ujongisa imbumbulu enhloko yomuntu nyani uqonde ukumbulala.
There is no more delicate a part of the body than the head.
Ayikho ke enye into apho ungaba nenjongo yokubulala khona ngaphandle kokuba umdubule inhloko ngoba iyona.
Do you agree with that?
Uyavumelana nalentetho yami?
Again, it depends. I mean, we saw people crouching. Were they shot on the head, standing up straight? Were they trying to duck the bullets and met those that were going to the ground? I don't know. I won't agree because
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if shooting people in the head is a sure way of killing them.
Xa ebuzwa okokuba xa umdubule enhloko umuntu injongo na ukuba umbulale uthi general xa ephendula besingekho apha sazi imeko aba bantu badudula phansi kwayo ukuba bebejonge phi bechophile noma besenza ntoni.
I would still say shooting a person on the head depend on circumstances in the issue that we're dealing with.
Dudulwa komuntu apha enhloko kuyawuya ngemeko ebekade ikhona ngelo xesha.
Were the orders and your own letter say that if you have to shoot the lower part of the body, would anybody who deliberately shot a person in the head be in violation of the order?
Andithi umyalelo wakho kokuba xa kunesidingo sokuba udubule umzimba ongezantsi ngoku umuntu odubule ngaphezulu odubule enhloko wenze into exhasene naleyo ngxelo wawuyibekile lo mthetho owubekile.
In all instances, even in church, I'm not a lawyer, circumstances are taken into account. When that happens, all circumstances will be considered so that you can establish whether there was deliberateness, whether something else happened. So those circumstances are critical. And I believe even what we're discussing now depends on circumstances.
Andingomntu womthetho ke mina kodwa nasecaweni kukho izinto ezininzi ekufanele zijonge uba zenzeke kanjani ujonge imeko ebekade ikhona ngelo xesha.
Can you please tell us what circumstances would, in terms of the standing orders, be expected to be taken into consideration before shooting a person in the head?
Makondana ke ne-standing orders.
What circumstances?
Udutshula enhloko umuntu xa kuimeko injani xa kwenzeke ntoni.
I'm addressing myself to this situation and I'll answer your question addressing myself to the situation we're discussing.
Ndithetha ngale nto sijongene nayo ngoku ke impendulo yami izawujongana nale meko sikuyo ngoku.
I have said earlier on, I do not know where the head was standing. Was it up? Was it on the floor? Was it crouching? Those are the circumstances that will have to be taken into account when you answer a question such as this.
Xa ubuza umbuzo njengalona kufanele ndibe nolwazi okokuba loo ntloko yadutshula yayiphi yayimi straight ayichophile lo muntu iphansi noma kanjani.
Why would anybody be on his haunches if he was taking part in an operation of attacking the police?
Umuntu bezoba kanjani okokuba achophe phansi?
Why would he be on his knees or so low down so that he had to be shot in the head?
Abethe phansi ngedolo kudeske adubuleke apha enhloko xa lo muntu ubehlasela.
The few pictures I saw of the approaching people in some of the instances, they were not walking straight and tall as I am. Some were walking like this, somewhere else. So I am saying those circumstances are critical.
Eminye yemfanekiso endayibona apha bebangahambi straight ababantu bejonge. Abanye bebechophile abanye benze kanje njengoba ekhombisa ugeneral babanye bajonge kwelicala abanye bajonge kwelicala kodwa bangaphakamanga imizimba.
How does a person on his haunches and putting down his head in where you indicated threaten the policeman with a very efficient firearm in front of him?
Umuntu oza ngolo hlobo epoliseni angalihokuza kanjani ipolisa eliphethe isixhobo esinobungozi esandleni.
We have slide exhibit L, slide 206, which shows us a group of people immediately before the shooting.
Ngothi umhlekazi osiminya xa sijonga i-exhibit L apha ku slide 260.
Well, if my learned friend is referring to 206, nobody seems to be on his knees, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't talk about knees only.
206.
She can find herself on her knee, on his knees. She sort of demonstrated with her own body, which is something that didn't go on the record. Of course, she first of all held herself erect and said standing upright, and then she said like this, and then she sort of leant forward, as some of those people do on slide 206. But
eyibeke ngolo hlobo ugeneral wade wakhombisa ukuba ababeme kanjani abantu njengoba bavela apha ku slide 206.
Doesn't deserve more than a couple more questions, Mr. Bezos,
one only,
before you move on to the next one. I don't want to stop you, but I just
one only, Mr. Chairman.
You can ask two.
Would you consider shooting somebody in the head under any circumstances minimum force or maximum force?
Xa umuntu edujula apha enhloko kageneral uzawuthi maximum kanene minimum force leyo kuba ngamandla agqithisiweyo noma ngamandla amancinci?
In my opinion, which currently informs me, I would say circumstances will determine whether one defines something as maximum or minimum. At this point in time, I would have said yesterday when I answered you to say the necessary force to defend oneself.
Ndizawuthi ke apha njengoba ngeke nikwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo kodwa bekufanele ndiphendule lokokuba amandla afanele asetshenziswa ngamandla alingene imeko lo muntu ezifumana ephansi kwayo ngelo xesha.
Yes, thank you.
Ekuzikhuseleni kwakhe.
Now, if you have a look at FF22,
Sijonge exhibit FF22
and FF220 of the reports,
sijonga
you will see
F20
that only 6 of the 29 cases where people were shot and the direction could be ascertained, only 11% of them show to be shot in the front of their body. E3, page 3, Mr. Chairman, of FF22 and FF20. And at FF2, page 8.
Okay, the caveat appearing under paragraph 3 tells us there's a note. Some bodies sustained several wounds of differing tracks, thus will show an overlap of numbers in the list above.
uyifunda apho umhlekazi Siminya apho umhlekazi Bhizo sengayifundanga khona.
What does that mean?
Some bodies have more than one bullet wound.
No one?
There's an overlap of numbers.
Yes. This may be an overlap, but it only shows 11 out of the 29, and in the other instance, only 6 of the deceased. 6 of the deceased and 6 of the injured, making a total of 12, and 11% were shot in front. This is the overlap that I think that my learned friend speaks about. But would you, if the report is correct, that a very small number of the people were shot in front, would that negate the truth of the allegation by the police that they acted in self-defense?
I have said front, back, side. Those circumstances that I mentioned earlier on still persist.
Lento ebese ndiyiphendulile kokuba umuntu ududule ngaphambili noma ngasecaleni noma ngasemva kuyawuya ngemeko ebekade bakuyo ngelo xesha.
May we now turn to the deceased miners at what is this?
FF20.
Just
F20.
please have a look at triple F20, page 8.
Asijonga apha ku-triple F20 khasi ka-8.
The 34 fatal injuries were all as a result of bullet wounds to the upper body. That is, 100% of the people who died on the 16th of August were shot in the upper parts of their body. Does that indicate that the standing orders of shooting in the lower part of the body negative the defense of self-defense? Or
uthi mhlakazi khona pokuvele khona kwamashumi amathathu nabantu abane ababasweleka nge-16 badutshulwa ngaphezulu lapha emzimbeni ngokuphikisana leyo nto nengxelo evelayo kokuba amapolisa abenza esi senzo esikhusela.
Before she answers the question, I'm not sure that it's a fair question, because the standing orders, as I understand it, don't deal with killings in self-defense. There's a general thing at the end of the standing order saying this doesn't apply to self-defense. Now, of course, it's a controversial question before the Commission as to how many, if any, of these deaths were brought about in circumstances of self-defense or private defense. But the police version is they all were, as I understand it. Now, if they all were, then the standing order wouldn't have applied. If, of course, some of them weren't in self-defense, then, of course, the standing order would well apply. But we're in a bit of a controversial area at the moment, because we don't know at this stage whether all were in self-defense or none were in self-defense or some were and some weren't. But your question doesn't cater for that complexity.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can't ignore the fact that there isn't a single video that we have seen in which there is a short space between any protester and a policeman. And I have that fact as an incontrovertible fact, and we are going to argue that this idea of comparing it to a bank robber a meter away from the policeman with a gun knows that he must get in first, and he shoots. If the policeman shoots him, obviously it would be self-defense. But where we must not close our eyes, well, it's a contradiction really, of the things that we have not seen. We have not seen any hand-to-hand attack or anyone being in personal danger. And I'm entitled with respect to put the questions on the basis of the evidence that we have, that this idea of shooting in self-defense is a false allegation.
That comment of yours illustrates that my comment was correct. I put to you that your question didn't allow for the complexities of the situation. Your question was that there was a breach of the standing orders. And what I was saying to you was the standing orders don't provide for shooting in self-defense. Insofar as self-defense may or may not be applicable, there's no question of a breach of the standing order. But anyway, you and I have had a debate which I think will enable you to refine your question in a way which will cater for the complexities of the situation and elicit a meaningful answer from the witness.
Chair, perhaps also to take into account that in terms of Captain Mohlaki, the closest cartridge to body is 5.4 meters.
Kafuphi nje into yethethwa apha umhlekazi uBhizozo bethi akukho bungqina akukho mfanekiso esisabonisa apho kubanjene khona apho seba kufuphi kakhulu ngakho ke asikwazi
Mr. Bezos has to take that account to his question. Frame your question the way you wish, but endeavor to deal with the complexities of the situation.
uthi angazihlanganisi ezi
The answer
zinto
we get is helpful and meaningful.
zimbini umhlekazi uBizos ezingahlanganisa
You
xa
see-
kuthethwa nge-standing order esamapolisa uthi asibeki le ngxelo ethethwa apha ukuzikhusela le ebizwa ngokuba yi-self defense uthi ayihlanganini nale i-standing order. Standing order sesokuba indlela amapolisa afanele ukusebenza ngayo xa sesithetha ngale sithetha ngenye into angazihlanganisi ezi zinto zimbini.
Have you seen the videos, the video material in Exhibit L?
Iivideo ezo ezivela apha kwizibhidi uke wazibona general
I have seen some of those.
ezinye zazo ewe ndike ngazibona.
Exhibit L is like
Have you
what?
seen the photographs reproduced in Exhibit L?
Imifanekiso ke ikhutshwa kule ncwadi exhibit L uke wayibona.
Again, maybe just take me to that slide. You said Exhibit L is slide what?
Slide number
The general question, he says, have you seen the photographs in Exhibit L? I think you said you've seen it.
Njengazo zonke ukuba
And we
uyayibona.
can assume that you've seen the pictures,
Yes.
the photographs.
I've seen a number of those.
I've seen quite a number of them. Uthi ubone ezazininzi noko ezininzana uzibonile.
Have you seen any photograph of a protester near enough any policeman where the policeman was in danger of being stabbed or shot by the protester? Have you seen any such joint presence anywhere near one another?
Kukho umfanekiso kwawubona apho umkhanqalazi omnye ubesesondele kakhulu kwipolisa abengaligwaza nokuligwaza noma mhlawumbe ukulidubula impilo yalo isengozini.
I saw police in danger.
Ndabona amapolisa esengozini.
Police in danger.
No, that's a judgment. I asked you whether you saw any photograph of a short distance between a protester and a policeman.
Umbuzo
Please
wakhe
answer that question.
ungaphendula lowo mbuzo nje khona umfanekiso kwawubona apho abaqhankqalazi noma umqhankqalazi besesondele kakhulu kwipolisa esekufuphi nalo.
The proximity I saw showed
Lomgama.
police in danger.
Endawubona awubebonisa ukuba amapolisa
I
asengozini.
ask that the witness be directed to answer the question, Mr. Chairman.
I've answered.
It's an answer by implication. If you say that she hasn't answered the question directly, it's a matter you can argue later. You can ask us to draw an adverse inference, perhaps. But I think you've given the answer. She's given. Stands or falls by it. You may be able to use it in your favour. Mr. Semenya may be able to use it in his. I don't know that I can push it further than that.
I am going to put to you that there is no evidence, either photographic or what is the other one? Video, to show that any police officer was in imminent danger from any attack from any protester.
Ndibeka kuwe kokuba kuyo yonke lemfanekiso eyavela yevideo nemfanekiso akukho nomnye obonisa apho bekukho impilo ubomi bepolisa busengozini kuba baqhankqalazi.
In my response, I say, I do not agree.
Mna ke ngokwami andivumelani naloo nto.
Please, I think that this is a matter that can be more truthfully, if I may say so, dealt with in argument. You may say that the answer she's given is incorrect. You can demonstrate from the videos. Mr. Semenya may say, no, if you look at the videos correctly, you'll come to a different conclusion. But it's an argument I think can better be proceeded with at that stage rather than with this witness.
Yes.
Because I don't know that her answers, and I say this with great respect to her, one way
Yes.
or the other, are really going to help us very
I
much.
didn't
on this
really
point.
expect any different answer, but I merely put the question as notice to our learned friends that if they have such evidence, we haven't yet seen it, Mr. Chairman, and we'll proceed from
Uza lo mbuzo
that
ndiwujongisa kwelinqina ndingazo kokuba umhlekazi Semenya mhlawumbe usezaveza obobungqina obonisa le nto na.
In IFF 22,
Xa siza ku FF
You
22
mean, I take you mean triple F 22.
Triple F.
You said IFF. I don't
I'm
know. an
sorry,
IFF.
yes, it's the first F was a bit
FFF.
short of a line.
22.
Triple F 22 page.
Yes. And Annexure B, it's a table. And what it shows that 66 injuries were sustained to the upper body, with only 25 injuries being sustained to the lower body.
National Commissioner, I think you'll find this annexure as the last page of the exhibit.
If these are the injured people.
Analysis of selected aspects of findings of survivors. That's correct, Mr. Peter.
Apha thetha nge-annexure B uthetha
The
ngekhasi
last page of the
lokugqibela.
exhibit,
Yes.
and it's headed Analysis of Selected Aspects of Findings of Survivors.
Yes, it's really a summarized figure that I have given based on that page.
She can look at the fourth block, George, fourth block.
Now that we've both directed the witness to the page, perhaps you'd like to ask her the questions based on it.
What did he say?
You can direct your question now because she's got annexure B in front of her.
Yes. Yes. That 66 injuries were sustained to the upper body, with only 25 injuries being sustained on the lower body. That is in relation to the people who were injured.
Uthi apha kubonisa ukuba ubuninzi babantu 66 balimala kumzimba ongenhla ubuncinci kumzimba engasezantsi.
Do you agree that the vast majority were the victims of excessive force and not or maximum force and not with minimum force?
Uzawuvumelana nami ke ukuba aba bantu abonzakala ngolu hlobo kula kwakusetyenziswa khona amandla agqithisiweyo.
Chairperson, the witness must be directed to a very critical note which appears to those stats. And it reads, the above includes only the 61 cases where documentation was available. 2, categories will overlap because of occasional multiplicity of injuries on the same survivor. Thus, totaling of figures between columns and rows will bear no meaningful result.
Well,
Masijonge
can make that
phaya ke apho kukho
reservation.
inote eshoyo.
But I don't understand the note to negate the figures of 26 and 25 in any material respect. But I suppose from the witness we can't expect any answer other than that you don't want to deal with it because it's a technical matter. Is that your answer?
Ndiyathemba kokuba elingqina lizawuthi alinayo ukuphendula le mbuzo lena ngoba ngemibuzo efanele ukuphendulwa zingqali ingcutshe zalento.
Counsel, that's your answer.
Ewe, ndiyabulela.
Is it your answer?
That's your answer.
What is
Eyakho
your
loo
answer?
mpendulo.
My answer is,
Eyam.
I have said the shots, at this point, the circumstances would have to be taken. You can't read the numbers alone. Must read the numbers with the circumstances. We have spoken about pictures, we've spoken about other things, we've spoken about crouching, we've spoken about people who are upright. I don't have those facts, and you also right now are not able to give me those facts. So it's a difficult thing to answer, even for yourself.
Okokuba ndiyiphendule nawe ngokwakho nobunzima baloo nto ngoba siye sabona imifanekiso wathetha ngemfanekiso wathetha ngezividiyo wathetha ngamanani abantu abachophile ngabantu nawe ngokwakho awunakuba
So I see it's 5 minutes to 1. I don't know whether you're going to go on to another topic
Want
now.
to round off this topic?
Right, we'll round off the topic, and then I want to make an appeal to the parties on a housekeeping aspect, which. Anyway, you round off the topic.
uthi ufuna ukugqibela ngale nto ayithetha ngayo ngoku umhlekazi uBizos.
I want to put to you that the post-mortem reports and the clinical records indicate a total deviation from what is expected of the police in any situation.
Uthi reports ke ezezenziwe emva koqhaqho lwezidumbu
What they show that there was a deviation or what is expected from the police by the standing orders, the legislation, and our constitution.
zibonisa ukuphambana kokusebenza kwamapolisa xhasene nokomgaqo-seko i-standing orders nomthetho nje obekiwe.
And I want to put to you
Andukubeka kuwe
that the force employed was disproportional,
amandla asetshenziswa abengalingani,
excessive,
engaphezulu kwesidingo,
and extreme,
mandla anzima,
and manifestly unlawful.
obonisa okokuba wakungekho emthethweni, yayingekho emthethweni lento babeyenza.
Are we at the stage of argument, Chair?
Uthi umhlekazi wesimini
I'm not under oath, so I decline to answer any questions.
andikwazi ukuphendula lowo mbuzo, andithathanga sifungo kusho
It's a
umhlekazi
rhetorical question,
umgcinisihlalo.
but insofar as it's a question, it's directed to Mr. Bezos. The suggestion is that this is basically a point for argument.
Yes, but I
Not
have to
one-
put it to her.
All right, well, you put it to
Sithi ke
the-
kumhlekazi
Yes, and I
uBizos
know what the answer is going to be, but that will not prevent
Well, you know,
me.
life is sometimes full of surprises. Let's see whether you're going to be surprised on this occasion.
No.
What do you say, National Commissioner? Do you agree with what Council has put to you, or do you disagree?
I disagree. It's absolutely premature. There's evidence that is still going to be laid here. There are arguments that are going to be taken. I disagree.
Is that the answer you expected, Mr. Bezos? Was that the answer you expected?
I think that I do not accept the
No,
correctness
no,
of
I
the
didn't ask
answer.
you if you accepted. I said, did you expect it?
Phansi yo impendulo bekade uyimele
no,
ukuthi
that's
hayi
not
bendingalindelele
I
andivuma.
take it you've got more questions to ask on Tuesday.
No, not on this issue.
No, on other topics on Tuesday. Have you finished this point?
I finished this point. I'm going to go on to another matter, and I understand that this may be a convenient stage.
Well, it is a convenience stage. But before we
Ndizawuqhubekela
adjourn,
kwenye into.
I'd just like to say that what has been happening recently is articles, as I understand, have been sent to the parties by other parties beforehand, but they haven't been given to us. So we only see them for the first time when they are mentioned in examination or cross-examination. And we've done our best to sort of speed read them here at the table, but it's not been very, very easy. And we would appreciate in future if parties are going to exchange or give each other articles and other material which will be used in cross-examination, if we could be given it a day or so beforehand so we can study it overnight beforehand. It enables us to follow the evidence more easily and to, in fact, sometimes even contribute to the discussion. So that's a favour we ask. I don't think it's an unreasonable one, but I expect the parties will comply with that.
Isicelo sikamhlekazi okokuba amaxwebhu awakhutshwayo banikwe nawo kusekho ixesha bakwazi ukuwafunda banganikezwa apha sekuhleli iCommission.
Enjoyable Easter weekend.
Fisela nonke i-Easter weekend emandi.
10 o'clock on Tuesday morning.
Side sibonane ngoLwesibili kusasa.
Rustenburg.